All right, if you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For the Wayward ones, session, I don't even know anymore. Just kidding. 79.
Oh,
Whoa!
79.
79.
79. We're almost 80. 80.
Nice.
80.
Mm-hmm. Almost that nice even number.
Everyone's
We're
super
old.
excited. All right. The way we did in the last session, we finally went after that fucking assassin. And we're going to take her down. Put an end to her. And guess what happens? Costas Morning Light happens.
Yeah.
Play the horns. Costas Morning Light, you need to redeem this beautiful
Oh, come on. That had nothing to do with
spider princess.
it. Oh, okay. Seriously?
Well, we did find a really cool character in the midst of this. Inside of Tolly's hideout, this was Mog. The spider. Remember the spider? Super cool character.
Yeah. Can we keep him?
I mean, you can always go back. So Mog seems to be a good way to put Mog in kind of a definition here would be an assistant. Maybe an unwilling assistant. Someone that just is there. I don't know. The hideout, it was a little bit elaborate. There seemed to be ways of transporting, traveling, right? These illusionary type magic, so very high level stuff here. We have taken the items away from Tolly at this point after we defeated them on a cat and mouse chase where there was a holdout stand similar to a fucking Western sheriff's coming at you. You're hiding out, baby, in the tavern, right? And they actually strapped a bomb. They were going to do a suicide bomb on a fucking barn that was playing at the tavern, and didn't really come to fruition their plan. But that bomb did go off, and there was some innocents that died to a breath from a Othala that changed into this xenomorph-like creature from some of their arcane magic that's blending with that of a dragon. Now, we're in the alleyway on the west side of the tavern. The Frost Guard has showed up, a very familiar character to everyone here, which is the Watch Commander. Renglar Uku has been on scene here. And the force gauge is still there, so they can't exactly do anything against you. They can't really try to arrest you or figure out anything, and they're not attempting that at the present moment. Really what's happening here is they're going to try to figure out what the fuck happened. But before they can do that, they got to remove rubble and destruction from the bomb that imploded the front entry foyer of the tavern and try to help people that might be trapped or stuck or injured or dead. So, talk about the Order of the Light has powers of resurrection, right? So they will attempt to try to bring these people towards the cathedral, try to heal them, try to resurrect them. But there are rules about this, right? The Order of the Light can't just resurrect anybody. In this situation, they can, simply because this was an act of violence against them. And if they choose to come back from the afterlife, they can. Okay? Talk about the power of the Talthar regime. Talk about the power of the sun god. These things. Why is morning light a thing? Why is Lady Daria a thing? Peace, protection, sanctuary, resurrection, life. These are all things that they can gain from being underneath that regime. So, without further ado, we'll go ahead and get us over onto the Mountainside Pub map. You'll probably also notice this map has changed. A lot of things are going through reworks. Obviously, the campaign is always updated. I'm always changing things around. So it's kind of changing the name of it, giving it a better map. A little bit of a putting on the makeup, so to speak. You have cast a Revivify on Tolly, so they're pretty much just stabilized at like 1 HP mechanically. They are bound at the moment. And the items, as I had said, are removed from them. There is a Frost Guard on a horseback there, holding the banner of that silver griffin on the backdrop of that wineish color. They also are going to have, this is something I wanted to get through, we were going pretty quick, but they also are now going to have another emblem that is stitched onto their surcoat or their tabard, and very similar to a coat of arms where you have multiple symbols. This one is off center to the left, and it's now going to fill into a grid pattern. But this is actually the house symbol of Morning Light, given that Lady Daria is the steward. So now the Frost Guard are being decked out by the same symbol that Costas, his family, is part of. So, reminder: Costas's mommy is actually the ruler right now, and even proclaimed that if things happened a certain way, that they would take the crown and become the queen. Costas the prince. Because Lord Downfalor is where?
The war front.
The
At the
warfront
spa.
is fighting and is refusing to leave at the spa. I love that. They're at the spa. All right, give me 1 second while I get some stuff here. All right, so setting the stage here: 1, Dirty Joe, the Draconic Spirit, and the Watchman Ringler Uku, as well as a number of Frostguard. They're pushing into the foyer, removing materials from the collapsed roof structure that is kind of cascaded down the pub here. I've removed tokens from the board at this point for those NPCs. Just know that there's onlookers across the street. There's some that are on your side of the street, far down to the west and to the east. There's definitely people still in the tavern underneath the rubble. I'm just not going to put them onto the board, so to speak. It is large pieces of wooden beams that are tar. This is an environment that is cold and weathered and wet. And so these beams are sticky and smelly because of the tar that has to be used for waterproofing. They're thick and robust to stand against the snow, the onslaught against the straw and clay tiled roof that founds this building. So that's a challenge, right? You're kind of shifting through these items. The Draconic Spirit as well, something to note, the Draconic Spirit has a 19 strength. It is a large-sized creature, which means it can lift a good amount of weight, but it is not in the category where you would want to have like a siege monster or something like that. That's what would be needed to really clear some of this big stuff out. They act like a fucking crane sometimes in the way that they're narrated. And so really what's happening here is the Draconic Spirit more or less is like assisting when you like try to lift something up. The Draconic Spirit will come down and bite it or something and try to help you out moving something where your strength is just not really helping you out here. The white line of the actual drawing there, that's just where the force gauge is. And may I remind you, a force gauge lasts a pretty fucking long time. So it lasts a fucking hour. So you literally have an entire hour at this point. We're only maybe a minute right now of actual time that we've roped them up, we've taken their items, we've vivified them, and so that's why some of these effects have ended at this point, but not all of them. Right, the Draconic Spirit hasn't ended, which is an hour as well. The locate creature hasn't ended, hour as well. Right, so there's these things that are just there, and this is way too peaceful of music. I thought that was going to be way different there.
I mean, I can hear some like people rushing in the background.
That's what I want. Suspenseful. Get the heart pumping. Charlie at this point has given you some information that would suggest that they've used a very powerful poison. Not just a poison, but a venom. And not just a venom, but a magical venom. Something that might have been kind of, dare I say, milked from the actual sack of spiders from the isle that they come from, and they had a particular name that they used for the actual poison. Um, that is the Knight's Venom, is what they're going to be referring to this, which is just a play on Knight's Kiss, which is their kind of order, their faction. We don't really need to go into too much of the lore of this character's playing a lot of tropes that exist in 5e, right, the D&D universe. Being somebody that holds themselves as a drow from an island that lives in the depths to a spider queen, right? We have an understanding just religiously, passively, your characters would be able to understand, especially with the likes of the more educated or the more religious, that queen would be evil in their alignment. And I don't think that really helps you out with your decisions right now, simply because obviously Tali is an assassin, has committed something atrocious against Costas' father, and that was in a desperate state as if to escape and elude you. What Tali has let you know is that it was kind of almost like a matter of time that you'd be able to, if you found the hideout, was kind of their logic, is if you found their hideout, then in that manner, it's only a matter of time before you catch them. So they were trying to do something, if you will, to strike a bargain or a deal. Maybe for their life, maybe for the need to be able to spend all of that coin, to not waste the life of service that they've provided in their mission or their ambition or their goals. We don't know the whole picture yet. The gift has gone off for Israel. That's where a lot of the time is spent in terms of waiting. And your gift feels compelled as you look in the direction of Tali, which is the name of the assassin. I do want to say apologies because I think I gave their name without you all knowing what their actual name was. But now through the conversation, they've given their name, so it's not it's redundant now to dwell on that. The feeling that you have from your gift, Israel, is that they are the answer to some cure. Be it they have the item still in their possession, be it that they have the knowledge to make a cure. They have noted that this venom is a ticking bomb where it's going to put someone into a comatose-like state where they have a very low pulse, so they look and feel and they seem as good as dead. And then eventually it'll end and they will die.
Could it also be reasoned, though, that in a hypothetical scenario where she's making all this up about the poison, using the gift would still point to her as being the answer, because she's the one who made it up?
Yeah, I mean, you have to make that for yourself. I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
just you coming to terms if that's the case. We have very limited information as Tanyan. We have very little information about what the Order of Light is actually doing. It's been minutes. They have yet to probably do everything that they have at their disposal. We're talking about protection from poisons. We're talking about remove curse. We're talking about curing wounds, even just like lower level healing spells. That's the kind of stuff that they're doing. Medicine checks, right? They're not going to bring out the big heavy things until it's absolutely necessary. They have capabilities of revivifying resurrection, things like that. The sensor, as I had stated, I want to remind you, the sensor, as I just said, is that they're almost over top and they're looking. They're not specifically saying that they're dead, but the way it looks and the way when you're looking through the sensor, that's the way they're acting. Okay, scene's yours.
Well, after she says that, Othala will look to Ishru. Seems like something amongst the lines of like a feigned death, maybe a gentle repose, but not really gentle, I guess, in this case.
Hard proposed.
Yeah.
So, her words might not be false. I'm gonna send a message to Alora. I think maybe we should have somebody else go check. The only two who are outside can go check the temple. Gonna send a message to Allura again, stating, we believe the effect is like a feigned death or gentle repose. Keep Tannian's body preserved till we find out more. Also, friendly dragon heading there.
Gotcha. Just so you know, their actual name is Valeria Revan.
These are notes from like 2 years.
Yeah. So you might have just miswrote it, or I misspoke it during the time. But just so you know, that's always I've never actually changed their name. So, their title, the Order of the Light, is High Sunbringer, which is essentially the top of the top, right?
I'm remembering it wrong. I have it written correctly. That's just me remembering it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And well, you definitely remember your post. I read your post on Discord. Definitely on the money when you said she said nothing was working.
Mhm.
That's the point I was trying to make. They didn't specifically or explicitly say that. So this is a sending spell?
Yeah, I'll send that to her.
Okay. We will do what we can. We have yet to exhaust every effort.
Good. Mental link to Joe. If y'all can, while y'all still taking out the rubble, I think it's smart for y'all to head to the temple, figure out we're the only ones who maybe could talk to the Sentry.
Yeah, it's a good point. You get anything out of little Miss Vicious over there?
Still working on that.
Anything I should tell the clerics and all them to try?
Well, they're trying all their efforts they can. Whatever you think can work, or what you can gather for the Sentry, maybe. But I think we just need an eyewitness account on what's happening to Tannian over there.
All right, sounds good. I'll mount up and head out. Come on, one, let's go. Hey, y'all soldiers and stuff, come on here, start digging stuff out. We gotta go check on some other casualties.
Watch Commander looks towards you. What?
Did I stutter, man? There's lives at stake. Dig faster.
The lives in the tavern, yes.
And that's what we're working on. We're gonna go check on the other lives that got failed by this nasty git. All right, see y'all later.
I'll have
Joe's
words with
beyond
you.
caring.
This is John. Questions that will need to be answered. Yells at you as you mount the Draconic Spirit. We'll go ahead and make the Draconic Spirit visible, and then what I'll do is I'll move you both here in position, and I'll just have you across the street as idle spectators.
Can we just assume that you guys will fill me in over the link about what Tali said so far?
Yeah, most definitely.
Cool.
Yeah, other than trying to ladder her way out of this would cost us not much worthwhile.
That's fair.
Any ideas, Istru?
Honestly, he kind of glances over to Dolly. I don't see the point in attempting to negotiate. She can ask for all she wants, ask for all the safety she wants.
Oh, I don't. Oh, this is telepath.
Huh?
Telepathically or out loud?
No, I was saying this out loud to Istru, so.
Oh, it's still you saying it telepathically back again. We got to figure it out.
Just speaking out loud. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We can make all the arrangements we want. She can even get out of this cage. But like mentioned earlier, there's nowhere she can go that we couldn't find her.
Exactly. Correct. Then you would know that this is serious. And that any attempts at using the magic to dispose of the precious and noble and regal Order of the Light would only be detriment to your dear father. That would make their life and their soul. Gone from the very existence. Blame it. Poor little Tanyan.
I mean, really, it's just a matter of when you die, whether it's within the next hour or within the next few days.
I can assure you that everyone with a night's kiss, we are all prepared to die eventually.
Well, good to know.
Get well, Sarah. That's odd you say that because you're doing everything you can right now to live and get out of this.
Oh, of course. One does not fear death. Rather, one does not welcome death without knowing and understanding what living means. I also have a large purse. Many savings of coin. Stockpiled away. Can't exactly die without using it. I can see myself and perhaps maybe a couple of you on a beach somewhere, waves crashing, warmth, sun, sand beneath our toes.
You hear that, Kit? Sounds like a great time. I'm sure you and her will hit off great.
Where is the cure? This is your last chance.
The night's venom cure is delicate work. There's only a handful of vials of the night's kiss are given upon leaving and departing the Isle of Shadow. We are taught the process of making such a cure, only if it is absolutely necessary. It requires something that I don't believe either of you sacrifice.
Could you be
What
a
is that?
tad more specific?
No,
Yeah.
because if I was more specific, then that would be giving you the answer that you seek. My goodness, is this the first time that you have done some form of interrogation?
I mean,
I
you
was
just need to-
expecting the lop off of my fingers, or perhaps the pulling of my toenails, maybe the slicing of my skin. This is
How
Have
is
something better.
a
Who
mockery.
has her knives? Who has her daggers?
Now we're talking.
Who
I
has
assume they were
them?
just in a bag of holding or something, so I'll just open them up, pull some daggers out.
See as they wiggle a little bit, pulling themselves further in the direction of you, Kit. Slice away.
I don't think that's gonna have the intended goal.
So, Kit is going to look at the daggers. Do either of them look like they might have had any residue or some kind of poison applied to them that he can tell?
Are you proficient with the poisoner's kit?
Of course not. Why would Kit ever be proficient with a poisoner's kit?
I can't give you a check then.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. So Kit will take. I think she had 2 daggers, is what we took off of her.
Correct.
If I remember correctly. Kit will take both daggers. Well, not at the same time. One dagger at a time, and he will put a little slice on one forearm with one, and a slice on the other forearm with the other.
So gentle.
I guess you better hope the poison's not on those.
That was your reasoning?
Is her hands bound in the front or the back?
I'm
Louis.
pretty sure you hogtied them. Was the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
we
Yeah,
hog-tied the shit out of her.
Alright.
They've been made
So
of
they're
rope
like they're
metaphor.
writhing, you know. Yeah.
Othala will grab the dagger from Kit. You're right. You can live, and you might have a lot of coffers. But we don't have to leave you in one piece. And Odala is going to grab one of her hands and he's going to use the dagger to pry her fingers off. He's going to
Holy
take
shit.
her first 2 fingers off.
And you guys blamed me for kicking someone in the balls. My God.
Which hand are you taking
Well,
the fingers off of?
If Othala
I
didn't do it,
take
that
it
was
off
Kit's
of
next
her,
step.
take it off of her right hand, and as I do it, this is just for Costas, and I take her first 2 fingers.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength check or a dexterity check.
I think Dex.
Eight. Butcher, you are grotesque as you're having difficulty getting through the fingers and of the bone. Never done such work before. Blood is swirling. Also, by the way, if you need to raise up a, gotta turn your camera off, step away. When I get to interrogation stuff, I usually judge by how the party is going. From based on conversation, I don't believe anybody in this party has a problem with it. Am I correct in speaking that?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm fine.
Yeah, yeah.
I go into
Butcher it.
details. Sometimes it gets okay. So if you're too much, just turn your camera off, step away, and then you send a DM, right, or whatever you need to do. Raise your hand, or even open the door symbol, or whatever. I'll try to recognize. Spitting blood upon the cobbled road covered in snow, staining a red to a white backdrop. You see as you cut off the first 2 fingers of the right hand, you can see that they are grimacing, biting the teeth. But something you recognize is that they are incredibly trained against any tactics of torture and interrogation. There's very little emotion this character is portraying as you cut off their fingers. And they're almost getting aroused by it as they're moving with the grooves as you're sawing through the fingers. They bite their bottom lip, roll their eyes back. And as you finish the job, finally, after several minutes trying to get these fingers off, you see as they look and focus their attention upon you. Seems that was the first time for you.
In this life, and then I take the fingers and I throw it in front of her.
For the love of Paylor, can you not attribute those things to me?
Sees the guard looking through the force cage. Watch commander! Sees the watch commander. What is it? What is it, Sutton? Begins to point in the direction through the force cage. Sees the blood upon the ground with the dagger. Motions to the force cage. What are you doing in there? What's happening? If you don't answer me right now, I will have the lot of you in manacles and chains.
Do you have the rank to do that to me?
I do! Sir, cost just some morning light. In fact, your mom would will it!
Okay.
She's been eyeing a chance to finally put some discipline into you. I will be glad to give her that.
You know what? I'm sure there's someone here who wants some discipline. And he stares at Tolly.
So,
Anyway,
Miss Tolly leans forward. Watch Commander, please! Please help me! Help me, please!
oh fuck! I shouldn't have made that joke. My God. Okay. Yeah, Othala, can you not?
This
get off?
doesn't involve you, Watch Commander. And she'll throw up a prestidigitation of just a black wall in front of or behind the force cage.
You throw a black wall, the first cage, the deception a check here, 34. Tolly, the voice, perfect, elegant in its deception. They sound like a scared, frightened person that's been committed of the most vile crime. And they are without their weapons. They look to be defenseless, roped. The aide of the Black Curtain, the voice of the Watch Commander, speaks. Fetch whoever you can to bring up this damn magic. I don't care! Ride! With haste!
I assume we can hear the commander say that on the inside, right?
Yep. All the sounds go freely through.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So I'll look down at her. Your time is running short. to tell us where the poison cure is.
You mean time is running short for you, not for me.
I'm not scared of that buffoon over there. He can't do anything to me.
Oh, yes, that one can't do anything to you. But I'm sure that the entire knightlyhood of the Valiant Virtue that still relies under the banner of the Steward, and happens to be the mother of this one, would beg to differ. I've done my research, and since you decided to bring me back to life, I feel that you are really just after some information, and then perhaps you'll just put me to death before. But then there'll be nobody to really question against your story. And, well, after the number of Zone of Truths, you'll probably figure out that you were to keep me alive. After all, I've killed a number of Talthar regime members.
To get this straight, there's only one person here that kept you alive. And you're lucky, let's say unlucky, that he did. I'll grab the other hand that Othala didn't cut the fingers off of, and I'll take 2 fingers off that
I
hand.
really don't think this is working. Like, I don't
Make a
think we're gonna get
strength
any
or
progress
dex
on
check.
this.
Continue to cut the fingers. Now with strength, you're just kind of ripping them off. Focus their attention directly at you. Now I see where we get rough. But a brute like you,
Okay.
I'd like to see what you
This-
can do, breaking the backboard of my bed.
Can you be very clear this isn't gonna work? Can I take the
can be
fingers
very clear.
and put them back into their sockets and then cast some form of healing? I want to see if I have lay on hands left. It's been-
No, we're not gonna heal her, Costas. This is not what we're gonna do. She's already killed a bunch of people. Even if this doesn't work, she deserves this. Her hands killed people. They killed your father. Your father might be dead without that.
This
Without
seems
that cure,
wholly unnecessary.
Oh, you mean like strapping a bomb to a bar in a bar with innocent people? You mean like stabbing your father in the back while he's worshiping in the temple? You mean like killing all the other Talthar people she just told us she's killed? That was totally necessary, Costas?
Do you think I subscribe to
This is your last
An eye for an
chance!
an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind? I am not going to let you.
Put a stop
This
to
is-
this!
and step away, Costas. Go handle Uku.
For the record, I strongly disagree.
You step away from this cause this morning like your father is.
I warned you about talking to Costas.
Just, you have idle threats. You're going to make good.
I will punch her right in the jaw.
Go ahead and make an unarmed strike. Is this non-lethal or lethal?
Not non-lethal. I just want her to stop talking to Costas.
Okay.
I need to target her, don't I?
Yep. See, we got the -5 with plus that. Nice. That Greyman Master,
Oh,
baby.
Master?
His
See,
arms are great
even-
weapons, man.
Even restrained, they cannot have disadvantage applied to them unless they are incapacitated or unconscious. They are quick in movements as they writhe. They simply move their head, and it's a glancing blow as you strike down, and then your strike goes right into the cobbled snow of this alley. Knuckles begin to bleed. Oh. Someone miss? So sorry. Watch, Commander, please! Help me!
Out loud, Kit will look at Othala and Israel. Have we heard about Costas' father yet?
It's gonna take minutes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of distance to the city they gotta
Oh,
go.
I thought he was going on the dragon over there.
Well, were you talking about Ocastas, or are you talking about Dirty Joe and One?
No, Dirty Joe.
Dirty
yeah.
Joe and One are on the Draconic Spirit right now. They are flying in the direction of the cathedral.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at Costas. I really strongly suggest you go talk to the commander, because this is going to get more messy, whether he brings more people or she talks to you. Just go.
Okay, but can you try to make this look less like a murder scene at least when they get here?
She's
I'd
not
rather-
dead.
I know, but I'd rather not have to explain a missing fucking leg.
Sure.
Can I turn into an owl and try to get through the bars of the force cage? Or something that can get through.
You
It doesn't
can't
have
go
to be
through
an
the
owl.
force
They're
cage.
like inch thin slots. Can't no owl is gonna go through there.
Nothing
It's
can
not
go-
like.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not like a prison cage or a jail cell or something like that.
if you could fit an arrow through, you can fit a spider.
I'm pretty sure the force cage is designed so that no living creature can get through it. Am I wrong, Israel?
Creature inside the cage can't leave it by non-magical means.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Even if
Oh,
there's
by-
an opening, you still can't go through it. It's not a physical sense here. This is. I mean, regular Uku is literally. You can see pretty much regular Uku through the. It's clear line of sight. I mean, you literally can attack through this in a physical sense. You just can't physically pass into it. Regular Uku can
Okay.
start fucking chucking shit at you guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Then, yeah, I'm
Bouncing
just gonna
peanuts
get
off
up
people.
like to the wall of the force cage and start trying to talk and like diffuse the situation with Wrangler.
Yeah, you could like go straight up to the edge there and talk with him. It's like,
You go
Yeah, that's
all the
like
way over
no
here.
This should be good.
Gonna, like, go like right here. So, I hear things have been quiet since we left.
Don't distract me, you peasant! Yes, I'll speak to you as such. You're not acting like a sir nor a knight. It's pathetic. You're letting this unfold. An innocent. Any other non-innocent, it does not matter. This is a crime! One crime does not solve another. There's a complete chaos and disorder in the city. And I will not stand for it. Do you understand me?
Actually, I agree with you, but my party
Put
does
an end to
not-
this. Now!
I am a lord of Othema. I'm not a lord of them. I've tried and I've failed. And I'm not going to come to blows over them. And I gesture over to Tolly. They may not be innocent, but they are certainly guilty.
Cassus? Say that. Feel a clutch back in your chest. Look up. And then feels like something's missing.
oh no.
Can I try to figure out what's going... Can I try to like, investigate my weird feeling?
That's all I can give you in information. Well, it's as much as you're going to get, no matter what you roll at this present moment. Remember, your honor, your loyalty to the city. You are the son of Lady Daria the Bloodied, now the stewardess, soon to be queen. Word of the street passes through. Lord down for Lord dare not return. Too busy fighting a war. The city is what matters. I stood with my regiment, Sir Costas Morninglight, against the might of Erithune. I watched as my legion was burned alive, incinerated by a white and a blue flame to nothing but dust. That is what disorder, chaos, lawlessness brings. It is why the war is being fought. To keep law. It is why Lord Thousand needs to return. But they choose glory. Conquest. Do not believe that is your oath.
There's a difference between chaos and evil and good.
You can
Like-
justify whatever you think you want.
Again, I disagree with this. I disagree with what's going on behind me. But I'm not going to come to blows with my party members over it.
Then you choose. Your inaction is a choice. You will come to regret this.
I very well
See.
may.
The rest of you are going to have roughly 12 seconds. And then we're going to transition over to One and Dirty Joe.
I will.
Go ahead.
Is there anything on like a? Is this is stone behind me? I'm guessing, by the looks of it. What is this wall over here?
That's a
Is
building.
it wood? Is
That's
it
the
wood or
roof.
stone?
That's the roof of a building. It's stone.
Yeah, right, but the building underneath it, the walls, it's stone.
Yeah,
or is it
all
wood?
most of the buildings are going to be, even in the drift, will be stonework, and then they'll have, oh my gosh, how am I going to put this? Okay, think about the building being 3 stories. Its first story has a stone foundation, which works to the first floor walling. But then past that is wood. Does that make sense?
Give
so
me,
it's like-
how high would the wood be?
Yeah, so the stone foundation goes up 3 feet because we're in snow
Yeah.
environment. You have to get yourself off, right? Or it's going to be muck everywhere. So 3 feet off. Then the first floor is about 8 or so feet. So it's 11 feet to 12 feet of stone from where you're currently at. And then it's wood the rest
Okay.
of the way.
And how high is this the well here with the wood cover on it? I'm trying to figure something out.
For a
Height-wise.
medium-sized creature, right? Medium-sized creature, a little bit less than their waist. So talk about maybe 3.5, 4 feet tall. Maximum.
And how tall is Talia?
Tolly is...
Or Tali, rather. Sorry.
Tolly is about 5'3".
So if I was to put a dagger into the well here and put her arms behind her back on it, she would kind of be in a stressful position, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over there and stick a dagger in the wood with her hands behind her back still and make her, kind of lean forward with the hands there. If
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Okay.
And
Anything-
then
So we'll go ahead and pause
Go ahead.
there because again, 12
Yeah.
seconds. So there's basically 2 like actions. You're picking up, throwing.
okay,
through,
fair enough. Fair
dagger
enough.
Kind of thing. Othala stream.
I'm just assisting Kit right now,
Okay.
trying to talk to her. So I'll wait
Okay.
to transition.
And Estrel, are you just continuously popping up presentation, or because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not really it lasts like a couple of things and then it's
Yep.
gone.
It's basically she's playing like whack-a-mole with the war chief. Like every time he tries to like look around, and there goes another prestidigitation.
Got you now. Okay, gotcha.
It's like peekaboo with the kids.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to ask out of character rules. Like, I'm pretty sure Force Cage can't be dropped manually.
No, it cannot.
Is that right? Yeah.
It cannot. It's just here, but it
Yep.
can be. It's very similar. So Force Cage, a good thing to say is like they don't, obviously regular queue doesn't really know as far as like how to, So you're gonna imagine that if they're gonna bring somebody, they're gonna maybe attempt to do like a dispel magic on it.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to like do some form of removing some magic. A Force Cage can't even be removed for that.
Yep.
Like the glow of invulnerability, like a disintegration spell, right? Against like a wall of force or whatever. Like there's specific rules that allow certain spells to actually like remove spells, That's not the case for this. There's not a way for that. Like this is just gonna last an hour, regardless of any attempt to do anything against it.
So then, should just say like over the link, if Tolly's still alive after an hour and this cage is down, I will take her to the hideout that we've all been to before in the city.
It doesn't know that.
Nope. But
Are you doing
And you said
that?
mental
Are you-
link?
that's mental link.
That's
yeah.
mentally.
Are you going to use the item?
No, this dimension door.
Oh. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and does everyone want to see the temple, or do you want to be left in suspense?
I don't. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
I'm a
Whatever.
clone, so
What everybody else agrees on.
I'd like to see the temple, but I don't really care.
I
either.
mean, I'd assume I'd be relaying stuff as it's happening anyway.
This is just
So-
vision of your. Do you want vision of the map? Is what I'm saying.
a quick note as they're flying through the sky and one is just going through notes and he's writing things down that happened. He's just writing about the spells and everything. And he's like, finally, I can take notes without actually being distracted. I can take them now in the afternoon. And he's just writing down the draconic form of what happened and how Othala was reacting to different things. He's like, casualty is a downside, definitely. And puts his notes back.
Nice.
So I only have Lucas wanting to see it.
Yeah, I'll just watch on the stream. No big deal for me.
I'll bring you two. I can bring everybody. It doesn't matter to me.
Whatever's
bring it.
easiest, Michael.
I'll bring
Whatever's
everybody.
easiest.
Seems like everyone wants to be there. Nobody's choosing, so I gotta do it for you. I gotta be the dad. You gotta take you. You gotta do it. All right.
I don't want to eat the vegetables.
You want to eat the vegetables, Dad? You gotta eat them. Goddammit. They're good for you.
Oh, did it change too?
So, Joe, you're landing. I did put one down. One's with you. The Tronic Spirit's outside. The guard have let you in. They've locked it down. There's some Royal Silver Garden here from the actual keep, and as well as going to be the Lady Daria. If you're watching the stream view, I'm going to go ahead and pull you because it is a leveled. There's a rooftop to the map, so I'll put you just on the landing page so you're not staring at just the ginormous roof. You see as the High Sunbringer Valria is nearby the body of Tinian, who is at the base steps of the Sun Tree, as they put the body adjacent to the Sun Tree. There is other Order of the Light clerics that are surrounding. There's Frostguard in here. There is also Valiant Virtue Knights. Most of those knights are going to be few and far between at this stage because that is the banner of Lord Thalvalor. That's essentially the soldiers that Lord Thalvalor is going to bring to the fight are going to be the Valiant Virtue Knights. The Royal Silver Guard that have formed a kind of a formation here on the steps, those are going to be the private guard of the actual ruler of the city, right, of the region. So they are now sworn in to defend the Lady Daria, who is the stewardess of the Frost Horde. And as they had proclaimed, the ruler at current of the Talthar regime. In addition to having the nobles and others that have flocked themselves to the holy city, they are in power. They currently are knelt down, holding the body of Tanian pressed against the Sun Tree, High Sunbringer Valria Revan, channeling divine power and magic to the body of Tanian. Dirty Joe, as you step in, seems as that every attempt the body, and you can see this because this is upraised the altar. You're able to see it over the top of the altar, right? Because the steps raise up higher. There is this shadowy, spiral, tendril, like spider web energy that emanates in every attempt of casting any sort of magic, to be it divine healing or be it anything to preserve, suspend, stop of a necromantic intent, all related to the soul.
Okay, so just going inside. Gonna make a beeline straight over there.
The
Oh,
Silver
shit.
Guard are going to press against you. Do you resist? They're going to stop you from moving forward.
No, just gonna get as close as I can and yell out, "Hey, it could be a poison or a venom of some kind."
They're going to stop
That's
you
what we're
here.
told. He got nailed by an assassin, or some kind of thing that is putting him into a coma or some such. Y'all got any wizardly mojo for that?
See his Daria lays. Turn around, they look towards you. See as they're not crying. Where is my son?
Over at the other side of the city, dealing with the assassin. Trying to dig people out of the rubble there. This one's been letting off, well, not this one. That one's been letting off bombs, murdering people left and right. Took out this poor fella right here.
You will bring me this assassin, and I will enact my vengeance against them.
I
You
mean,
will tell my son to follow. They have done enough.
before that, can I talk to old Sun Tree Buddy here? I want to get his perspective on
No.
things. Why not? I can talk to him. He speaks to me. Does he speak to you?
You are commanded by the rule
Lady.
of law in this land, the city that I govern. You will make way for my son. You will make way to this assassin. And you will see to it that they are brought to me.
Can you at least try some anti-poison stuff over here?
See
Give
as the
that a
High
whirl.
Sunbringer stands,
I wanna see
puts a hand onto the shoulder of the Lady Daria, who pushes it off and looks towards the High Sunbringer.
If I may,
Stare.
one speaks out. If I may, we're working on getting information. There's more that's happening. He is not, to our knowledge, he's not gone from this world. He's under some sort of paralysis. I told the priestess here, I've spoken with her.
And that has been communicated. You are under the law and order of the holy city. I am the stewardess of this land. It is under my charge. If you will not follow these orders, you'll be escorted out of the city promptly. And if you refuse the escort, you will be arrested and imprisoned under the rightful rule of law. Written. Heed this command now.
Well, shit, I didn't vote for you, but fine.
Does one leave?
Yeah, he'll look at everything, look at everyone. Just, I apologize. Welcome.
Dirty Joe in one. What do you do now?
I think we should communicate to them. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I assume I'm just mounting Ethrin real quick, but over the flight back, Joe is just gonna try to poke and prod his gift in any way that he can. Mostly just mental wrangling, trying to get a sense of whether or not he can extend that kind of eternal rebirth to anybody else. Or if he could absorb that death into himself somehow.
Thank you. I'll have you do an insight check.
Insight, you said?
Yep. Was stress to you? Are you talking about the gift of for the old one, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
It was stress to you. You do have the gift of life. Remains to be seen if there's any more. Remember, the feature is just a placeholder, so don't get tied up with mechanics. I mean, we have yet to really go into, others' gifts as well, even though they have the features. It's important to understand that you have the gift of life, and was spoken to you as this phrasing of you stopping your soul from passing to the afterlife. Now, you are familiar with poisons. You are a ranger after all. You might not be an expert or somebody that's proficient in a poisoner's kit, so you might be able to see the poison on a dagger or anything like that. But you have a slight understanding that if what Tali says is true, and that this is more or less something that is attacking the soul, and that is disallowing, right? Because we talk about perhaps Tannian did die, right, to a normal wound. Or maybe they are suspended and they have yet to die because it's more feasting on the soul. Your gift might have difficulty in the context that has been provided to you, given that it's more or less stopping the passing of a soul, whereas this seems more like entrapping and ensnaring. It wants it here. So, not we talk about if your gift does have expanded potential, your character would not have anything to go off of that it would, except for the fact that it is referred to as the gift of life, and that might be something that alludes to having more potentials of giving life. It's the best I can give you.
No, that's fair. It's more than I had before. Yes, I guess just over the link as we're hopping on the dragon. Hey, guys, the bloody lady's here, and she is hopping mad. She won't let me or one get anywhere near him. Just told us to get back to you and get the assassin and cost us back over there pronto, or well, I guess we're gonna be in deep shit in her words. So I don't know. I mean, she's probably gonna end up killing her anyway. But do we really want to give the assassin up, or do we just want to booger hook on out of there? We can continue this down the line elsewhere.
I think it's better to ask for forgiveness.
I mean,
The
that's kind
only
of the way I'm thinking, but I mean, I saw what was going on firsthand. Like, they're trying to heal a guy, and there's this weird, like, ethereal, spattery weirdness that's, like, knocking all the magic out and just holding them still. So this thing is, it's not just a poison. There's some weird voodoo shit going on. I don't know if we're going to be able to break this without that assassin's help, as much as I don't want to keep her around.
Should we decline the Bloody's request? What are the ramifications?
We get thrown in prison.
That's the concern then.
No prison's ever held me before.
Actually, I have an idea. But yeah, I think we should bring them to and myself to the Sentry.
You think we should give ourselves in?
I mean, it's not like giving ourselves in. As long as we bring them in, it's not like they're gonna put us in prison or anything.
Well, she did mention vengeance. I don't really know if she's gonna let her live.
It's quite possible. But
Look,
The
Have you met your
bloody
mother?
I just want to try my gift on Tannian, to be frank. That's because I'll be honest, Dirty Joe's idea, I think mine might actually have a similar kind of line of thought.
um. Are you
Oh,
saying that you're gonna? Are you saying you're gonna use your? I'm sorry. Are you saying you're gonna
You're
use
not-
your gift over the mental link, or that's just out
Um,
of character?
no, that's over the Mount Link.
Okay. If you say that, it's you're taking a gamble again that we bring her in, and if your gift doesn't work, then we have given in our only prisoner and our only answers to possibly get your father back. I don't know if your mother is thinking clearly.
I mean, let's be honest, you guys are planning on killing her anyways. I
Well, we're
like
having this conversation again. We're in real time. Coming back to the pub. You see on horseback appears to be a halfling with a backpack. They look to have a spellbook on their side. Watch, Commander! We go ahead and transition over the sound.
I'm just saying, if you guys plan on killing her anyways, might as well bring her to the group with Zone of Truths and shit.
I still don't think that's a good idea, Costas. One doesn't land at all with Ethrin. They fly about I would say probably 100, maybe 120 feet in the air, circling or like just flying in the air. He's not going to land yet.
Okay.
They don't want to get close.
over the mental link, Kit will reaffirm she does not come out of my sight, nor my reach, and she does not leave.
We could
If I have
probably
a
work that
feeling
out.
your mother is
So-
going to let her go,
So we're gonna pause because you're talking in real time. Okay, so I have to pause
Mhm.
you guys. So this frost guard is going to return. You see his look down towards. Watch, Commander! Watch, Commander! Ones with the Goyle of Lord Myth. I found them on the street, on the way. They said they might have magic to help render aid for a coin. Well, I mean, just like maybe 10, as much as you want. Damn, halfling, get off the horse. What do you make of this? Scratches the head, looking. Powerful magic. No, first attempt is going to be Dispel Magic. Has no effect. You see as they open their spellbook, they begin to shovel through the different spells and things, looking at it. That didn't
As
do
this is,
anything!
as this is
Kind
going
of
on,
rank
Kit's going to
official
lean
with the
in.
guild. Oh, go ahead.
Kit's going to lean in and kind of in her ear. This appears to be your last chance before we take you to see someone I don't think you want to go see. I don't think she's going to be as kind as we are.
Oh, she probably won't. She's called the Bloody for a reason.
No. Not until you convince them to form a zone of truth. May or may less choose to fail. Then you will know what is required to bring their husband.
I'm not
Then
sure
they-
she
that might-
cares right now.
But you might not.
Anyway,
But you'll convince her
Costas
of
is gonna
such,
gather up
won't
the
you?
fingers.
What was that, Michael? I'm sorry.
You will convince them, won't you? Won't you, Costas? You back to collect the fingers? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want them to be reattached without too much difficulty later.
You back?
Or you can make a cool necklace out of them.
Sure. Options.
I have something! I have something! Yes? What is it? I could warp you in there. What does
That's a
that
bad
do?
idea. That's a bad idea.
Well, I will displace you from here into there, through the barrier. And physically pass, perhaps magic. Do it! So for those out of character, Vortex Warp is what the spell is actually going to be used here.
Nice.
Which is a form of magical teleportation. And it's just going to be the Watch Bit.
Great. When he does it, counterspell.
You're going to counterspell it?
Yep.
Okay. So they're not.
Can I?
listed as
Oh,
a-
can I do it stealthily though? Like, so he doesn't know that
In
I'm
order-
casting it.
In order to counterspell, you have to send a verbal component in the direction of the spell itself. That requires you then to be. It requires them to be completely aware. of counterspell.
And they're gonna have to pass a save to get in, anyways.
Man, I wanted to just like turn around, cough, like, and just say the word.
I
So
could
his
do it.
magic doesn't work.
You could whisper it and then like.
That's why.
um,
If
you
it
had-
doesn't work,
if
it
you
doesn't
had
work.
a- If you had a subtle spell, right?
Yeah, I'm not a
Even meta
sorcerer.
magic, you might be able to do it. It's commonly employed that if you subtly cast a spell, that actually can't be counterspelled because then they don't hear it or know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Depends if it has somatic components, but
Yeah, I'm counterspell anyways.
I'm pretty sure that it is only to exit the cage that they actually have to roll.
Is it? No.
Yeah, to leave the cage.
Yeah, it's only to leave the cage that they actually have to roll, not really going in. But the counterspell obviously is going to work, so you're going to verbally speak. You see as they throw out the warp. The power words kind of come through. What? Why am I not in there? This is magic. Watchman, I'm pretty sure they countered my spell. What? Can't you counter that spell? They countered your spell. What is this? What is this? See as they flip through the spellbook.
Can we just help them at this point? Like.
This
It's
is the best you
over
can
the
find,
link,
Stanton. Find another. Begins to ride away.
Israel will tell Kit, if for whatever reason this wall goes down, I'm gonna need you to block line of sight from anybody that looks like they can cast spells.
Like, wait, are we giving Tully in or not? Question.
So at this point, Tully is in a position of force. They're in the well that you wanted them, putting pressure upon them. An advanced interrogation
Yeah.
technique. Spell has been counterspelled. It looks like the mage here is cycling through the spell to try to find a solution.
Back to Israel. I understand, but Kit doesn't chop her head off first.
It'd probably be easier to do that off-site. Just easier to deal with.
I seriously don't get why you guys want to both kill her and not hand her over to the bloodied. Like,
Less variables.
I honestly, after seeing what you've done, Costas, don't trust your mother to follow through when she knows your father could potentially be saved if she lets her go. She is not leaving alive for the last time.
okay, we just had to violate an order directly from the potential clan. Okay.
Ah! Ha! Ha! Ah! Ha! I have something quite critical. Quickly! What? They can't counter spell if we're far enough away! We get to move.
When he does that, I think, one goes down, circles down, and follows him with the dragon. Tries to get 60 feet next to him.
Too far away.
Oh, they walk.
They're still flying. I mean, this is all This is all
Alright,
real
alright.
time.
Got you.
I'm allowing you to have a piece of this conversation, but you're flying
At
all
the
the way from the
door
Mountside Pub to the Sun Tree. Then Dirty Joe is still role playing what is happening there, communicating it to you through the telepathic link. Now begins to fly back. You have him in the force position. We have picking up fingers.
Mhm.
I'm counting the seconds. You're nearly there, but again, this is all happening in real
I got it.
time.
I got it in my
So,
in my mental palace. It was just they was already there. I got it.
Yeah.
Well,
Guys, as much as it pains me to say it, we might actually be better off handing her over. I want her dead too, but I just don't see this situation being resolved well for everybody if we do try to abscond. And I don't, listen to what you guys have been doing and what you've been relaying. I don't know if we're really gonna crack her.
Yeah, like, I really think the bloody is a better chance.
Ostis can cast his own zone of truth, and we can take her as our own prisoner. It's better that we do this on our own rather than her execute this woman and we have no answers.
you hear as the spell is
Or-
being cast through a black worm with the velvet. He sees the watch creator stumbles out. Ah!
Oh, great.
Down now, all of you. You're under arrest.
Ugu, stop, please.
No, I will not stop. On your knees, weapons down to the ground. Actually, in
Wrangler,
fact,
please.
toss them for my feet. From far, don't move. No sudden movements. And you, Sir
Wrangler,
Castus Morning Light.
please do not make this harder than it has to be.
That was the last words I heard from my father. Or they dispatched my own mother. That didn't stop me from fighting back then. And it won't stop me now!
Polymorph.
That's good because I was about to charge him. I was
Alright,
about to
everyone-
rage and charge him.
Everyone roll
Gonna
this
hold him.
Situation
Yeah.
just
Roll
escalated.
initiative.
Oh man.
Yeah.
This is not good.
They're pretty good. They're pretty fucking good.
Okay, you got a D8 added to yours.
I have a D8 added. You
Yeah,
said.
yeah. We still have the 8 hours up.
No, we stole, yeah.
Oh, and I get a D8 to that. Oh, that's a 1. Okay, 29.
25.
So who gets the one there with all?
Yeah, 29.
And I get 7 onto mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I was told to roll a D8, so yes.
You get a 7 too? How many did you
Yeah.
cast on here?
I cast it to myself, Kit, Joe, and Costas. We all tried to get. I
We're
think
not
we
in
all.
initiative yet. So we're not in there. We're still on the dragon, so.
I like how he has above 20 initiative and he's still kind of slow.
3 people made it.
I mean, he's also really old. Just FYI, regular Uku for an orc is like 60 years old. So,
Oh my
yeah.
He was like in a nursing home.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
but he's fucking and so this is basically what happens. Before Tix warps his seas, you're like beginning to cast magic, and you see him just like raise the shield and like charge forward, and it moves pretty fucking fast. You're like that old man strength, that wiriness coming through. That's what you're seeing right now. Thal, you're up.
I'm sorry. I'm going to break the bead in my hand. This is just gonna be a band speed. When I break it, it's gonna cast hold monster. Where is it? I gotta target him. Wow.
All right, their help.
They're held? Okay. I'm gonna look at everybody. This only holds for a minute. So
Yep.
we're gonna get out. And then and my action. I already cast a spell, never mind. Alright, yep, end turn.
All right, hit. You see his regular crew steps forward, the shield raised, magic cast of a hold spell. You see them paralyzed. You see the eyes fidgeting. They're fighting against the paralysis. Tolly, the entire time. Oh.
Istriel, can you get out of here with the force cage up?
Maybe, maybe not. I'd rather not risk it. If I tried, I'd be probably removing the chance I could once it's down.
How much
What
work
is-
you got?
I don't know if I have any, to be honest with you. I do have 50 feet of rope. I will attempt to bind his hands with the rope that I have.
Okay.
Just his hands.
I don't want to be a dickhead, man. But you know what? What I would probably do is I would probably bind his hands behind his back and then run the extra rope to his feet and bind his feet. So it's like he's not hogtied on the ground, you know. He's still standing up,
Yeah.
but he's not able to do anything without jacking himself up. If that makes sense.
I feel like we're doing some very advanced rope skills.
Well, it may not work. I mean, Kit being in the with a military background though has probably seen something like this in the past. He may not know how to do it, but he's
You
going
want
to
to
try
I
his
think it's
best.
like-
slide a hand check, please.
Oh boy. Good time to roll good. Not so much.
Oh, there it is.
That's just setting the DC of your knots here. Having to move their shield and their armaments because they're raised right now, they're paralyzed. You immediately see that there is strength, even though the creature is paralyzed. They're still in that paralysis state, and you're literally moving their body. They're a very heavy individual, and they're wearing heavy armor. Your strength, I'm not going to have you roll for that. Your strength is credible, right? So I'm not going to have you roll anything like that. But then, as you get those things into position and not disarm them, you're trying to wrap their hands and trying to tie them up, and so it's just not very good. It's not a very good job. So if they attempt
That's
to
fair
break
enough.
the rope from snapping with their own strength or trying to wiggle out, right? You imagine that you could buy maybe some 6 seconds right before they're able to get out. But you yourself as a character don't have a lot of intelligence, so you're probably giving yourself the good thumbs up. It's a good job. Move on.
I mean, look, above average, okay? Above average intelligence, Michael.
Yeah, I know, but you play it like you don't. That's what I'm just saying. As far as you as a character,
Yeah,
is
nobody
concerned,
else in the party knows I have above average. By the way, I'm a dumb.
I know.
I'm a dumb.
I know. That's what
fighter.
I'm saying.
And that will end my turn, obviously.
All right, it's your Casas Morning Light.
I'm just gonna come over and I'm gonna take away his weapons.
Okay. You begin to disarm them. Okay. Are you pocketing them, or are you just throwing them to the ground?
I'll pocket them for now. Let's see what they're like.
Oh my god!
There we go.
Yeah.
Oathbreaker.
And
Yep.
and we're the ones that made him an
Gorgeous.
Oathbreaker, by the way. We're the ones that did it. Because we're cutting off fingers.
Was
The
it us?
you pocket does seem to be a very common. It seems like a very common Darksteel battle axe and a Darksteel shield. There's not a lot of magical etchings or properties to these items. You have passive blacksmith check here. Common things.
Wrangler, you need to get better gear, man. Then end turn.
Okay.
One thing I'm thinking is Ethrin gonna time out before the force
No.
cage falls?
Well, they pretty similar in terms of time because that's very similar to casting. And to answer your question before, yes, they will. It will. Ethrin, the Draconic Spirit, will time out before the force cage ends.
Okay.
About
that-
3 rounds, I think. So 18 seconds if I did my math correctly.
Wait, they'll get here in 3 rounds, or Ethrin will.
Well,
I'll
it's
time out
so
3 rounds before.
so it'll be 18 seconds to 3 rounds before the force cage will end. The concept of mechanical time. As far as you all arriving, if you're flying, I'm assuming moving at a quickened pace here in terms of feet and how fast the Draconic Spirit can actually go, you're looking at right around, like, I want to say 2 rounds of time. You're basically 12 seconds out.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay.
So you're very close to being here, if I did it correctly. So you're
Yeah.
gonna have you're not gonna have full movement when you come on scene here. You're gonna have about a quarter of your movement left. But yeah.
I was more just wondering, like, so it sounds like now we're gonna try to get the hell out of Dodge and into a hidey hole somewhere. We're not giving her over. So we have to plan out our actions so that once that falls and you guys try to dimension door out, we on Ethrin need to already be basically outside the city.
You guys could head to the hideout directly.
I mean, on a dragon, aren't they gonna see where we're going?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah, I
problem.
think-
Well, you don't have to go like there, but you could somewhere nearby and then head there.
Still makes a point that we might be looking
Spotted.
Yeah, we're gonna get spotted. It looks suspect. Ethan goes to the
They're
area.
gonna see us. Everybody is on high alert right now. If we just touch down in some random street, there's a good chance we'll be like clapped in irons on the spot.
You have Pass Without a Trace, right? So you can always just
yeah.
go on foot. Like,
That's what I'm saying. Like, it'd probably be better to just go outside the walls and then maybe try to sneak back in if we need to.
I think I can get everybody out. If it's not gonna be a lot, but I think I can get people away from right now, and then we can run outside this city. I don't know how far we are. I think we're not too far though. City walls.
All right. Apologies.
Problem.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks like my Discord is bugged out a little bit. The turn off camera little icon above the button is just on now, so that's pretty funny. It's on the stream right now, just like turn off camera. So great. I think I got it to go away there. So what we're kind of just going through the motions at this point. We're going to take this in real time. So at this point, I'm actually going to bring the Draconic Spirit onto scene here. The Draconic Spirit will be about 20 feet into the air and will have a quarter of its movement speed left in a dash action. So they move 65, they fly 60, 120 quarter there. You can do the math, figure that out. But you both as mounted individuals onto the Draconic Spirit. And you have a choice. I'm assuming you're going to be coming through the back alley, flying over. So you're going to kind of come through this way, or you're going to crest over the roof. But remember the force cage, you know, you're either going to be kind of on top of it or to the side. I'll let you choose upon your initiatives. I need you both now to roll in as far as
Do we even want to dismount at this point?
I don't think so.
Yeah, just keep circling, I think.
Joe, you have a D8.
Oh.
All right, so Dirty Joe, you have a 15. You're going to be last in terms of the actual turn order here. The Draconic Spirit is actually going to go in terms of initiative at the end of one's turn. So if that's the case and one is the driver, if you're going to do anything, just know that the movement of what's going to happen to you mounted is going to happen before you actually do anything. Okay?
Okay. Oh wait. So movement happens and then one goes.
One, if they're treating the Draconic Spirit as a mount, the mount will function very simultaneously in their turn. This, I'm not talking about one. One doesn't have any problems because one basically can move around with the mount and act at the same time. Dirty Joe, if they're not steering, which is what I'm assuming, because it's not their spirit. Right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So Dirty Joe then just letting you know, Mikey, that you're not going to have any movement unless you choose to dismount them. That's all. That's all I'm stating. So
That's fine.
Okay.
Because wherever one's going to go with the map, that's where Dirty Joe's go.
Yeah.
All right, just want to clarify. All right, I'm going to make sure to cycle through the turns here, because when you add more combatants, it kind of pulls back. And we're going to come to the regular Uku. I believe it's automated now, but we'll see. Yeah, nothing automated there. So I'll do the wisdom save here. And your DC, I think, is 21. There's still help. All right.
21.
We're going to go ahead and cycle through the turns. We said second round. So 2 rounds here. We're round 1. So we're simply just going to move through your turn 1 because you're still coming into scene. And then Istral.
Polymorph.
And now you're going to polymorph him?
Yep.
Wow. You do know that the hold monster condition, the effect, is not going to be on the polymorph form.
That's fine. Hold monster is only a minute, and we need longer than that.
They're also not going to be restrained. So anything previously is going to be in the previous form. All right, go ahead and target them and see if you get the spell off. They can still try to succeed. There's only strength and dex saving throws that they automatically fail.
That was a surprisingly violent noise for a polymorph.
We've met the Ufarim, so we now do that.
We
All right,
crushed him into a
what are you
rabbit.
turning into them? What are you turning them into?
A snail.
A snail.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm so
You
sorry
one
for this
second.
man.
Artwork-wise, I only have a flail snail. And they're going to come out as medium because I only have a giant snail stat block in my report. But I can put them into a snail.
The fuck?
And I'm going to shrink them. Hold on.
Nah, I'd leave them just like that.
There you go.
And
Nice.
what kind of action is it to just scoop them up into a jar?
Well, it's quite a bit in action because now they're even though they're polymorphed, remember they're not restrained and they're not held yet anymore. So I'm going to leave those effects on there just for the sake, because it carries over, because I want to make sure that they're still on the previous character sheet if you do revert back. But they're not held anymore, so they're not paralyzed and they're not restrained, which means they can resist as a snail. And so what you're going to see from them is they're immediately going to be polymorphed, and they're going to turn towards the storm drain, which is right next to them, to slither away.
Come here, little buddy. Come here, little buddy.
So it is an action to attempt to capture.
Then she'll just to take out a jar. Is that a free action?
Do you have a jar available?
Yes, alchemy supplies.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole action to undo that lid, man. You know how hard they get really tight on
Not
there.
just to undo it or anything, just to
gotta-
pull it out.
I'm giving you shit, man. It's so hard. I can't get this open. It's like a pickle jar. You smack it a little bit. No, it's fine. Just
gonna
hot water.
Israel
Pull it
can't get it,
out.
hands it to Kit.
Yeah, and she's just gonna hold it out and just be like, "Someone put him in the jar." That's it.
That's fine. All right, we're gonna have to end you, Dirty Joe, as well, because you're still arriving on scene. And we come to you, Othal. Othal, you're still feeling the concentration because the spell still is there, but it's just not showcased onto the polymer.
Okay, so just so I understand this, Othala knows, I think, how Force Cage works a little bit, not too much, because he doesn't have the spell. So we can still teleport out, but it's just going to be difficult rather than teleporting
You
in.
will have to make a charisma saving throw against the spell save DC of Istrid.
Oh,
Yeah.
so yeah,
Yeah.
we're screwed.
And yeah, DC 23. So
20. Yeah.
and all
Yeah.
people. So if you both people have to do it. So if you dimension door somebody else, you both have to, and he might not come with you because he failed.
Wow.
I mean, you know what? I can make that save.
I possibly could, but that's the odds are so against me. Yeah, okay. Grab the jar from Ishtu. Just walk here. And then it's a snail. How difficult can it be?
Oh boy.
Scoop it
Here
in
we
a
go.
jar.
Go make a flat dex check.
Oh my god.
Please don't natural one.
No promises.
Hey,
All right.
There it is.
All right, you get it.
Dirty 20.
That is going to
This
be
is
the
male
end.
with a plus
That is going to
4
be the end of
athletics.
combat. There's nothing that can really stop the ending of concentration of Istriel upon the polymorph, and they're in the captured within the jar at this point. So
I'm gonna look at it. Sorry, Commander.
you see, as this one pulls the horse, turns to the side. What in the fuck? What's commander? What's commander? You still? What's commander? Can you hear me? Can you hear me
They're
there?
fine. They're fine.
Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
They're fucking still!
This is kind
And
of
the
normal.
dragon flies onto scene, comes crossing through the alleyway, swooping down. He looks up towards, pulls the horse back as it rears.
That's
Nothing
fine
to say
too.
here, citizen. Go about your business. It is under control.
It's not under control! Help! Help!
Of course it's under control. We have a dragon on our side. What are you talking about?
That was Tolly.
Everything's chill. Huh?
Just FYI. That was Tolly. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was Tolly.
Did I mix
Not the
up,
Frostguard. The Frostguard's
like-
not really. The
Can I
Frostguard is
stuff
simply
like a
setting the
cloak
horse
in,
right.
in Tully's mouth or something so she stops yelling? Because it's getting annoying.
You want to gag
how are we
Tolly?
going to talk to her? Or are we
Yeah.
done?
Are we trying to get away now? Or like, what's going on? Like,
We got. I don't know. This damn force cage is up for years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I really don't get what our goal is at this point. We're
We have
just
to figure out
like,
where we gotta go, where this creature
yeah,
is, where
but we're
she's
stuck
lying.
in this force cage for like next half hour. They could fucking amass an army outside if they wanted to.
That's kind of the problem here.
Like, you guys want to escape the guard? If they have like a half hour to like amass outside, what's your goal? Like, I'm kind of playing along with it, but like, I really don't get what's going. Like, this is like, don't get me wrong, we can deal with Renglar, but like, once the fucking like paladins show up, we're screwed. They have counterspell. Like, you cannot just teleport in front of them.
We still all have shape
Counterspell
change.
didn't work though. Or do they tried to spell magic? Never mind.
Yeah,
Never
dispel.
mind.
Like, if we try to teleport in front of the paladins, they can counterspell. This is gonna come down, and again, we have over half an hour. I do not get what our goal is at this point. I'm going
Yeah.
along with it because I don't want like start punching people inside a force cage that I'm trapped with. But honestly, I would straight just be walking away if this. Like, I do not get why you guys are doing this.
I mean, can you guys all teleport out of that cage once it drops?
Again, they will have
Because you got a
paladins.
split second. Can you all get out of there in one turn?
That is an option. We can do that. We
'Cause
can
that's-
also
'cause if
shape
we're-
change because we still have that up for the day. That's a possibility.
You are assuming that they will not absolutely surround us with wizards and paladins that have counterspell and
Doesn't
stop
matter,
anything we want to do.
Costas. We just block their line of sight. We'll be fine.
They can stop any spells
So-
to block my sight. It's
So,
not like,
Costas, you realize all you're doing is feeding the DM here with all of this to get shit here at this point.
There's a bunch of
This ain't the
Frostguard showing
DM's
up.
first
They're
rodeo.
coming around the alley now at this point. So they're all just kind of showing up here. They got their weaponry. Halberds is what they commonly have. Chainmail, plate armor. Their higher class self plate armor, but mainly chainmail. Simply holding the actual kind of coloration of that floor flag underneath the halberd as decoration pieces. They have the emblem of Morning Light. They're holding themselves. They're looking through. They're questioning about what's happening here. They don't see the watch commander. Soldier on the horseback continues to tell the Frost Guard that they are a snail, that they have been captured by the assailants, and that the watch commander needs to be freed promptly, that they are surmounting command. They are a lieutenant, technically, in the Frost Guard, so that's their position.
like, don't get me wrong, the Frost Guard out
Commanding
here
them,
doesn't
getting an
worry me.
order.
They couldn't even stop one of my bar fights, but like,
Getting them into a direction here of position of formation surrounding the force cage. Not pressing through with the Draconic Spirit crashed onto the rooftop there. Not wanting to press underneath it. They're now kind of surrounding it from the alleyway to the west and to the north and the street to the south.
Just to make the argument for pragmatism. It would be a lot easier for everybody if we just gave her up once it falls.
Plus,
It
I
would
know I'd rather not be a wanted man in every single city across the country.
Yeah, we're kind of in deep shit right now.
it
Like,
would be easy. All right, I understand that, but this isn't an easy thing right now.
We don't go the easy way.
Yeah, like
are we
also,
sure?
I mean, we are trying to do this and take down Tali for good and whatever, and understand and get the actual cure for your father.
Here's the
So
thing. I understand that, and I love you. I thank you so much for trying to help my father. But I am sure that my mother will do the same thing, and
I
I trust her enough to say that I don't think she's going to do something stupid. She's either going to kill her outright, which is what you guys plan to do, which that's her being emotional, or she's going to interrogate her, and I don't think she's going to let her go. She might like try to give her false promises. She might like negotiate something out so that like she could spend her life in prison, not dead, but she will not let her go.
the one thing I don't think your mom would do that we would is take her prisoner with us to go get this cure. That's the only thing I think your mom would.
Why would we need to bring her with us to get the cure? You can just keep her in prison and send people
Tali
to
is
get
not
her.
going to give up the information. She has made this apparent. And the torture that we have put her through, your mom is going to put her through the same thing, and it's going to get her nowhere. So we're giving up our own information. This is our ticket. Unless that's really what it is. We're giving her up. This is our prisoner that we have information on. She's not going to give up information. She wants us to take her with her.
You need to understand.
I don't think your mom would be willing to do that.
Even if she's not, like not willing to like let her come with us, because again, that is a huge risk, and I understand why she wouldn't. It's you know, it it's her husband. You want to keep a city lord from the person who had tried to assassinate or has at some point very soon will successfully have assassinated their husband. Do you realize the shit you're gonna be in?
You're making the case for us. It's her husband. She's going to be emotional.
Yeah, and that emotion is gonna be at us.
Paladin arrives
And
on
you're also
scene.
making the assumption that I care about the city lord.
I'm sorry, I'd rather not have more assassins on my ass.
This paladin seems to have a large greatsword, gilded in gold. They have a beautiful piece of mithril plate. They have no tabard or surcoat to the Lord Down Valor. They actually have a tabard and surcoat. To the Justicars,
Oh,
sword
shit,
that points
Justicar.
down, vibrant white backdrop and red lattice on either side. These are the warriors of the Crusade. They are loyal to King Reldor, Kalthar, or any that holds themselves in the Divine Throne. Most likely a survivor of the attack, someone sent, now brought back to a new home. Scar compound held large territory on the north side of the capital. It's an elite trading ground dedicated to conquest and vengeance paladins. It's easy to begin to have words in the direction of the lieutenant on the horseback.
Well, this isn't good.
Press through the horse.
Yeah, we've seen what
edge of the
Justicars can
horse
do,
cage.
and there might be more of them soon. Like, do you?
Horse cage. Move their helmet. Brown, blonde, wavy hair flowing down to the shoulders. They have a blue eye. One eye is blind. Large gashed wound that's scarred. See, middle-aged. Half-elf. Stare and they look. Are you continuing to throw up the screen?
No, she's now working on ritual casting.
Okay,
Tiny Hut.
just want to clarify.
Yep.
Can I go up to the Justicar and just like say, yeah, we're having a bit of a disagreement in here about how to handle things. Let me be very clear. I'm fully fine going to meet my mother and like bringing the assassin. Just
Over the
They-
link. Guys, do we want Costas talking to that person?
Over the link. I don't want Costa talking to anybody.
Well, in that case, drop me off real quick.
Okay. I think one will swoop down, drop Joe off at a roof.
On top of the cage.
Oh,
You're gonna go on top of the cage.
Uh-huh.
The cage is 20 feet, right? In terms of height. It's the dome one. Not the dome one, but it's the one.
The prison
Fear?
or the cage, yeah.
20 feet on a side, so it's 20 feet up, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you're 20 feet there.
Just over the link real quick as he's pulling out his loot. Just Costas, shut up. Guys, shut him up.
trying
And
to
then
cover
Joe,
my
as loud
ass.
as he can, is going to make as much noise on his lute and do his loudest yodeling performance of his life. Directed directly down, trying to drown out anything that he has to say.
You guys won't even let me cover my fucking ass? If you guys become one criminals, I don't want to become one with you.
Dude, you're screwing us over right now, and depending on what our plans are, you might be messing up our plans of actually saving your father. So please stop talking.
Iskar looks up through the cage, looks towards you. Continues to usher you closer.
Fuck it. I'm gonna walk like a tad bit closer, not much, but a little bit. I was already pretty close to the edge of the cage, honestly. Oh yeah, I need to probably do this.
hey, Costas, I really don't suggest talking to them.
Talk to them.
I mean, you're gonna have to be yelling at this guy pretty loud. Joe's belting it out.
Okay. Fine. Yeah, I walk close. I walk to the edge of the cage, but just a guy.
Okay.
Actually, didn't have that much space between us. Alright.
Guys, yell over the link, break his concentration.
I've heard you're the one called Sir Costas Morninglight.
Yeah.
That is true. You'll know you have minutes.
Yeah, we're right fucked. Or at least they are.
Needs to look left, now right. Looks up to the yodeler.
Over the link.
Once my
Athala,
sword is drawn, I will not stop. Give no quarter.
Very just a car of you.
Athala, if something happens, drop that jar into the grate.
Understood.
Do not fucking do that.
Lieutenant,
Over the link, Istriel, how much longer on this force cage do you know?
But I know.
Can you sense it?
have your fastest rider. Begins to look towards the rest of you.
This is the consequences of our own actions. We're not gonna fucking fight out the entire city guard over it.
And begins to whisper towards the lieutenant. Out of earshot. Especially with the yodeler.
Can I read their lips? I have observant.
Went around the other side so you can't see them. Potentially on this side of the horse. Lieutenant needs to move off. Signals for a couple soldiers. A couple guard. Begin to ride east. Then returns. Justicar pats aside the horse. Moves forward to the edge. And stares. It's the helmet on.
I give him a nod and then I walk back to the party.
How much longer is Drew?
How much longer would I have? Or would we know?
5 minutes.
I'll relay that.
Think Joe and one should get out of here. If they can.
Lean forward, good buddy. Yodeling stops.
Over the
I'm genuinely surprised I haven't got shot for yodeling yet.
Istrio, get ready to
They don't
grab her.
know.
The rest of you get ready to run. I'll cause the distraction.
Remember, as far as information, the story goes, Dirty Joe and one, they don't really know that they're involved. What's happening?
I know,
inside
he was like
the cage.
actively causing a distraction while like
Sure, but I mean, similar like modern day, you can start yodeling in front of a police officer while they're in it's not illegal, right? I mean, it's really annoying, but it's not something that they're going to try to attempt to attack you, hopping over to the force cage and see that there's some sort of dragon that's back there. They're all on guard. Their weapons at this point, all the Frost Guard weapons are raised, they're drawn, they're forming themselves in formation, like a phalanx formation as people are in the alleyways, they're looking, they're waiting. It's simply just the word, and they're going to attack whatever they can attack. It's only the paladin who doesn't have the sword drawn, as they had stated. Draw their sword, there will be no quarter. This is a Justicar paladin. This is a conquest paladin, in particular. Which means that once they are put to the task, they will not stop. Not until they die. So, you want to talk about being evil paladins, right? Conquest paladins. We had that conversation, literally, Lucas. Like, this is what they are, right? This is why I talked about they can be they're very powerful combatants because they just don't stop. And this is not even about vengeance. This is just you in the way.
Business.
Conquest of justice.
Would we have time, half time, to get the hut off?
That's what I said. You got 5 minutes here. What's going to happening towards the end of the 5 minutes is the ringing out of another mage. But by that point, the actual hut will be put on there. The mage that's going to be here is going to be that of a Empyrean college. They're going to be slightly off scene. They're not going to really reveal themselves, but you can see the glimmering of the actual robe itself. Due west in the street, they kind of appear for a brief moment in the crowd, and they're going to disappear. And that is also when the paladin himself is going to move down the road to the west to speak with them. And at that point, you can go ahead and cast the tiny hut. Also, is this the first time people have seen the automation with the tiny hut?
I think so.
Okay, let's see if you have the version of it. You might not.
Oh,
Yeah,
yep.
you do.
Ooh.
It's so fucking great.
It's cozy.
It's,
Yeah, it is.
You're also exploding the tiny hut through the fucking wall. I want to say there probably is people, and I'm probably going to say just for the fun of it, there's going to be people on the other side of that wall in the building, in the force cage right now. Help us! There's no windows. No windows. All like virtually no windows in many buildings in the Drift. So you're probably just hearing the on the other side of the wall right now. Maybe some guys on the fucking shitter right now. No, go, you got it. Oh,
They
man.
have windows soon.
The
Yeah,
wall that got cut
exactly.
off is the one with the toilet paper. Just can't get to it. Just stuck there now.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So at this point, with the tiny hut popped up, eventually the paladin is going to come back, and you see as the mage is kind of in the wing, so to speak, and then disappears out of line of sight. They look upon it. Slumps down. They look towards the lieutenant. This will be a while. Stop and they stare. Then words of the lady. We're going to dispatch another frost card. Direction of the sun tree. Continue correspondence. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Ooh.
Watching the stream, thanks
I
much.
do
Really
not
appreciate it.
describe how stupid I think this idea is.
We are down in a standoff.
Bringing her back to
Uh,
life.
Wow, I can't even.
We
If we
could've-
just left her dead,
I
we
just
wouldn't be
don't
in this
even know what's
situation.
happening. I'm just gonna go with whatever you all are doing in real time at this point because I read the chat. I was reading the chat. Okay, I read it all. You guys talked a lot. I gotta tell you, none of what you were talking about is happening right now.
Yeah, like-
none of it. I just
Yeah,
don't
so
know
you
what's
guys were
going
like,
on.
let's kill. Like, our initial idea was to just kill them and get the info from their corpse, and now we're just like, oh, they could kill them. That's a bad idea, and we're not giving them
I don't
over.
know.
Like, it's.
If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back 10 minutes, so back 6:23 p.m. CST. See you in a bit. Bye.
Bye. Like, it's. We have actively.
Welcome back. We are back to the standoff in the Holy City. Right of our session here. So you can continue your conversations that we had off stream if you wish to. Taking this as role play at the moment for your characters in telepathically or even verbally. If that's what you wish. Considering no sound actually can travel outside of the hut. You're really only trying to be aware of sensors or anything that they're casting for scrying or something. Be able to be inside of the hut, be able to see you, but alas, not really is the case generally. In such a quick situation like this, their eyes are going to give them more useful information, unless they have magical means to waste. So, continue.
Basically, I agree. It is my fault they're still alive. I revivified them. But it's not like we can even get anything out of them. They said the only reason they're giving us the antidote, or the only way they will, is if I go alone with them and then we do all that jazz. And you guys have already said you're not going to do that. Maybe we can try and strike another deal. We can try and do all sorts of things. But it seems like neither us nor the Bloodied is getting shit out of them. So at this point, I just say we do the option that doesn't get us, fucking on the run against an entire fucking country, possibly having to fight the guard. I'd really rather not.
See, if we kill her here, though, right here, everyone knows.
So
It's
why don't we just,
It's a lot harder
again,
to cover up.
from the tone that I have been from what I understand, the Bloodied is very emotional right now and very much wants to kill them. They've made that pretty clear. Maybe we can talk them out of it. Maybe we can say you know what, they have information, you can go after that, but their default stance is going to be off with their heads.
Too many variables.
And that's fine. And the problem, like we were just discussing, the risk here is that your mom caves and lets her go in order to save your dad. I'm not saying that that's the expected outcome, but that there's a non-zero chance that that happens, because your mom does actually like your dad.
To me,
that's the risk that we're all worried about. We do not want that to happen.
This just seems like we are taking a situation that could possibly maybe happen, and because of that, we are taking a super big risk. You guys are there's too many variables in giving them over to the country, so let's just instead fight our way out of the city, and or teleport our way out, then be on the run, then try and do this all while on the run, then potentially administer the antidote to Tanyan, which would require us to sneak back into the city, because again, they would be actively on the lookout for us. I'm just saying, you guys say this is too many variables. We're introducing so many more variables by not doing
That's
it.
a fair point.
And this is just gonna make it so much more messy.
So once again, the reason we did this, the reason we teleported to her home, the reason we teleported here and chased her down and killed her, was to kill her and get her off the party's back. I don't trust that your mom, when she gets there with her silver tongue and the way she manipulates everybody, is going to follow through with killing her. It's not put her in jail. It's not trust the Talthars to watch her. It's not trust your mom to kill her. It was for us to kill her. And the whole party agreed on that.
Yep.
Well, whole party minus one.
You 100% agreed to kill her.
I said from the very beginning that I would be going for capturing.
Okay.
And we all told you no.
Yeah, I've agreed to that now.
I mean, for what it's worth, if we're gonna have the party be at least mostly unified in our decision making, I'd say I'm 50-50. I could honestly go either way, because all of you are making great points. I definitely want her dead. The pragmatic side of me is saying that having the most powerful political faction on this continent suddenly against us is going to make this campaign a whole lot more difficult, especially over the next few sessions. We're going to be on the run in the middle of their territory. That sucks.
Yeah,
but if we are dead set though on making sure she is not gonna get loose, and we definitely want to follow through and see if we can figure this out ourselves, if that's what we all want to do, I'm cool with that too, because it's kind of fun, and I definitely don't want her getting loose either.
I mean, we also need to consider it's not like the Talthars don't have their own assassins, or like one or two Justicars is the same as as Tali. Like they're roughly equal in power. Like we are intentionally making a much bigger enemy just to guarantee we kill a smaller enemy. Like if they decide to send Justicars after us, it'll be a much bigger problem than having Tali come after us.
Justicars are not at the level of Knight's Kiss as far as tracking goes.
Yeah, as far as tracking goes, like Justicars aren't the same level, but like anytime we enter a city, guess what? Oh, look, some Justicars have
There-
popped up.
That's why we have Othala for seeming and various
And
other
then
things at
we
play.
have
We'll
well,
just have to
guess
sneak
what?
through everything.
And guess what? It's not just Justicars. There's gonna be the Empyrean College. There's gonna be the clerics. It's gonna be a combined effort. It's not like gonna be one person. It's gonna be an entire squad of people.
You're
all at
assuming
a fairly
we're gonna
high
be
level.
above Damodar in the hit list.
Oh, Damodar has an entire army trying to kill him. We might have like 5 people that are kind of elite trying to take us in because we literally, illegally took away and captured an assassin who killed basically the person who would be a king, but not like the king as in ruler, just like husband
No,
of queen.
we're not going to be on the most wanted list or anything, but at
Oh,
least
no,
in the
like-
short term, and especially around Othema, yeah, we are not allowed to move freely. So
You act like you say we're not gonna be on the most wanted list. This could put us on the most wanted list again.
no, I don't think it would.
Okay,
We didn't kill anybody.
Michael, how big of a deal would this be?
Go ahead and make
Using
a
my
history check.
experience as a member of the guard and shit, how big of a deal
Roll
is
a
this
history
crime?
check.
Okay.
Othala just smoking.
Yeah, Othala packs a pipe, sits down, and is just staring at Costas with a disappointed look. Just like, ah, man.
It had to be a
Getting
2.
that green on. You do realize that's an actual effect. -2 to your intelligence, +2 to your.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
I was just thinking as it was like tobacco.
Nope.
Oh yeah, it's actually a really
It
cool.
actually has an effect. Just a flat.
Oh,
What was it? -2 to intelligence, +1 to what?
Let's
I
do
think
the
minus
wisdom.
-2 to intelligence, +2 to wisdom.
Oh yeah,
Flat.
yeah. For wisdom gains, it's like
I
amazing.
mean, I'm back down to 20. No. No.
The history check more or less is based on history of like certain events that are kind of like this. What happens to those people, you know, that kind of thing. Right now, we're talking about not just your father, but also this is like the first lady, so to speak, of the ruler here. So this is somebody who probably was put up as a figurehead, someone who advocated for their spouse, someone who advocated for the goodness that they could bring to the city. You're gonna take that into account, their aggression and anger. They don't put to death by any means. That's not something that they have as far as punishment is concerned. But it is always in the judiciary, as far as an executioner is concerned, always usually up. Now, as far as up to Lady Daria. Going through the political element here, based on your recollection of how this would work prior to, I think is a really good place to start. I'm going to go ahead and read some things off. This is actually loosely on there's a couple pieces of like documents that talk about this, but what I want you to do is I want you to imagine a monarchy that is combined with like an oligarchy. So you have like a king sitting with authority, but that authority is only absolute to a few groups, right? Like the Justicars, the House Lords and Ladies, those with noble lines dating back to the founders of the Sular Kingdom, pledge themselves to the king. Through their influence, does the king gain ultimate authority over you? So we just talked about the Justicar that's there. That Justicar is essentially the hand of the king, in a way. They're the ones who upholds the law and order of that kingdom land. Now the oligarchy side is like a Senate-like group, and it's filled with members of the House Lords and Ladies, people with higher power in the society of like Valthor, Period College. They act to create law and order by making legislation and regulations in the kingdom. The king can fight these, but they do not have ultimate authority in the matter. So they rely on the voice of the people or the enforcement via like policing to try to stop it. And it tends to be quite powerful in a kingdom with monastic traditions. And that's what I was saying with this. This is like the first lady of the ruler right now. The person who has got the city under their heel, ready. They're all allied. They're saying, yes, Lady Daria, take us in, where the capitalists fell. You're bringing us sanctuary, so you bring us peace, right? Holy light. That's the voice of the people. And now their beloved Tannian is dying to subject it to involved with all of you. The people might simply just ask for your fucking heads. And that gives the ruler power. Even though the law itself, written by legislation, would state otherwise, that's what gives them power. So their voice, like this oligarchy senate, is only as powerful as the peace and the separation away from the monarchy that the people are, which is simply not the case right now. That is the point I'm trying to make. That oligarchy senate is like dissolved. It's not even a thing really right now. You're really looking at a sole monarchy with one person who's being the judiciary and execution. And they have asked for the assassin to enact their vengeance upon them. If you refuse that, then you are in the crosshairs of that. You've also done another thing. You've committed a crime against the Watch Commander. You've committed them into a form of imprisonment, and you've casted magic upon them. By both accounts, you would most likely be thrown into the stocks for upwards of a year for the magic that you used. If it's imprisonment like this into a figurehead like that, you'd be looking at around a decade worth of time in jail. That's the law. They might give it easy on you, because obviously you're heroes, you saved the city, you've done all these things, But who makes that law? They're gone. So now you're relying upon only Lady Daria to give you some sort of, a lighter sentence, if you will. And this is the person that you're restricting them from enacting their vengeance, enacting their questions, right? All these things, but the person that assassinated their husband.
Yeah, that's pretty much
And what
what
makes
was
it
going on.
worse is that their son is involved with the plot, which is a huge black mark upon their person. And at this point, Costas, you might be feeling, well, what path could they take in their royal, regal kind of, I'm going to be a ruler, right? How am I going to get the people, get this black mark off of how am I going to continue forward? Simply just disown your ass, right? They're a criminal. And they will be tried as such. They'll maybe make an example of you to wipe their record, move you away from their name. We don't know, right? So this is how it usually follows. So if someone commits a crime, they're put in front of those placed in power by the king. That tends to be a lord, lady, or a commander, right? If it's like a fort, we see that with Commander Rimaruda. They are subjected to a zone of truth and then given a sentence dictated by the palace council, that's the Senate, right? The palace council. Often the person in power does what they think is best regardless. So even if this oligarchy thing was still in power, they still would do what they think is best. So you're even now weighted further on the side of being fucked. Often, if a person in power does what they think is best, they lead to a lack of respect. They lead to a lack of following law and judgment. And because most politicians are studied and placed from places that serve the Palace Council directly, it also leads to a loss of good picks or people from those establishments that funnel them into the council. So you can imagine that a magistrate or anybody seating on a council of the Lord or whatever, they're going to have limited choices because the person that they're trying to bring to their table isn't willing to actually be there because they decided to not follow the law. And it creates a slippery slope of where now people are going, why did this person not want to work with them? Why didn't they want to serve our city? What happened? And that rumor spreads. That's kind of the way. Now, again, those enterprises are God. Imperial College, Society of Falthor, they're both in Beelder. Beelder is God. So the people are picking up their pieces. They're in the Holy City. They've migrated to the Holy City or to Alecton, but they have yet to really rebuild those things. So the scale at this point, in the oh fuck scale, is like all the way down. Okay? Casas, you read me?
Yeah, I've been trying to tell them that. We're fucked.
Okay.
We're between
Now-
a monarch and the guy who murdered their husband.
There are orators to argue on the behalf of nobles. So if a noble is tried, they can basically hire a lawyer, so to speak. An orator is what they're called. And this is because the noble themselves wants to avoid a zone of truth, right? So they might want to like circumvent the zone of truth. So the orator themselves are given a zone of truth. They can't really put a zone of truth on them. So that is in your wheelhouse. You might be able to hire a lawyer. if
I'll make
that's
them
what you
stand
want,
up for truth.
but okay, well you already got the answer there, so we're getting even more fun. All right, that's all I have. That's all I can give you. I mean, that's a lot, right? That's a lot of stuff, but that's how the law works. I generally don't find telling players this because we don't really find ourselves in a position of, kidnapping a watch commander as a slug. And yeah. Anyways, Dean's yours. Keep going.
So you guys want to keep doing this?
Yep.
Shit.
Just one thing, Costas. Are you more worried about being a criminal than trying to find out like how to help your father? If there's a way that's being spoken right now, and I know what you mean. You want to go and help him yourself or figure out what your mom's standpoint. But if the priest and Sun Tree and everyone can't really do much, and we already have Istriel who's spoken and stated that our answers are here, are you more concerned about being a criminal against the Justicars or the Imperium College? To be honest,
I just genuinely do not see a single reason to offend the fucking Talthars. Do you get my point? They will. Again, this is a very important person that has been like assassinated. They are willing to work with us to find a solution. They may not kill them in person immediately. No matter what personally, I don't want them to kill Tali immediately. I want them to like try to work something out with her. I want them to see if we can negotiate a deal. But if you guys want Tali to die, we can just give them to her and have them kill. We can just give her to them and have them kill her. I'm saying, no matter what your opinion is of the situation, we can just hand her over to the fucking town guard, and they can do it. And they can do it. We can help them. They can do it just as well as us, and we don't need to piss them off. I don't see a single reason why we need to go against fucking Justicars.
The reason is you don't know for sure that they will kill her.
The thing is, if they kill her, well, guess what? Kit's happy. I'm not sure you guys won't kill her. I think you guys are much more likely to kill her than they are. If they don't kill her, well, I can work with them. I can be like, okay, let's get some zones of truth out. She's already shown that she's willing to work with me. I can try to work something out with her, with them. We can negotiate some shit. But it's just that we can work with them. I don't see why we need to be like antagonistic to them. It's entirely pointless. We have the same goal here. I don't see why we're trying to piss them off.
Like you said earlier just now, if we wanted to kill her, we could hand her over. That's not the case, because we hand her over. There's not a guarantee that they kill her if we want her dead.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. At this point, we can basically control what happens to her if we hand her over.
No,
We can hand her over.
that's
Okay.
that's the
Maybe not
problem.
basically control.
That's the main issue here.
What I'm saying is that
We can't control anything. Dude, this is the bloodied we're talking about. She rules here with an iron fist. Once we hand Tally over, we have no say with what happens.
Okay.
Hell, half of us probably get arrested immediately. And then Joe has to stage a jailbreak, because Joe is staging a jailbreak.
So, I have a question. Do you think after going under a zone of truth, you'd be put in jail for longer than a couple weeks? Like, basically what we've done here, the worst we
Maybe.
did is like turn the guard into a slug, and considering our records and like
But
my
that's another
background,
risk.
Speaking of
The
that,
main
make sure you
point
leave
is
that here.
we-
Othello.
I'm just
Yeah, I
saying,
was gonna
at least-
place him down. You know, he's
Yes.
not in my pocket or nothing.
The situation as it stands is if we hand her over, we lose all control of the outcome.
and do we
That's the
need
main crux.
why do you insist on being in control? Life is not about being in control.
I don't. I already said I'm 50-50. I'll go either way. It's up to the rest of the party. You guys call the shot.
Sometimes you need to just let go of the wheel and let life do its thing, and I'm willing to trust that the fucking bloodied can handle this shit. That's
We let life do
At
its
least
thing,
better than we are.
and you ended up dead on the floor.
And you know what? Maybe we'll end up dead on the floor again, but it's
Not if we can help it. That's why we want to be in control.
Okay, so Dustin, Jay, Faith, you guys all dead set on getting the hell out of there and seeing if you can get the info and then escape from the city?
I'm
While
keeping
you're
my
having
mouth
your
shut right now 'cause I'm
conversation,
about
a wagon is
second away
pulled
from
up,
walking over and cut her head off.
lowered, down upon the road. Ballista has been anchored on top of that flatbed wagon that is being loaded with siege javelins that begins to point in the direction. While that's happening, see as Justicar looks in. It's your last chance.
I won't be leaving. Don't worry.
You're in the tiny hut, so are you letting sound travel out?
No. He could step out if he wants to talk.
Yeah, I'll step out and say I won't be leaving.
Then you'd be best to lower your weapons on the street and to lace your
Costas is
fingers, place them behind your head, on your knees.
yeah. Costas is going to do just that.
Okay, we're gonna have you here, outside of the tiny hut. Probably the entire time. Wow. Didn't expect this one. I hope we go somewhere cozy.
Give me a refresh. I'm seeing two Costases, so I'm going to need a refresh.
Justicar holds the hand upwards, as if to aim for the ballista to fire. While that happens, the mage comes into view. Seem to be channeling an aura around themselves. As it happens, the aura seems to have a shimmering green-like effect. We both the wizards to make Arcana checks at this point.
I have a feeling already too what it is.
2127. It is an anti-magic field. An
How
8th
much time do
level
we have left?
abjuration spell. You have roughly 30 minutes left for the force cage to end.
30 minutes. Oh,
So we have 5.
I thought we were down
Yeah.
to 5.
You have 30 minutes for the force cage to end. Out of character, an anti-magic field counteracts the force cage and it will counteract the tiny hut.
oh.
And any teleportation
It
spells.
will counteract
Then,
any magical items you have, everything. So you
Yep,
could even
yep.
teleport out if the magic field is on you. This is the point that you see the spell, you're able to get high enough Arcana checks. You understand that they mean... I'm going to pause here so you can't move your tokens. They mean to approach with the anti-magic field aura, which actually extends in a 10-foot sphere around themselves. It's actually quite large, so that's 10 feet from themselves that this aura is being extended. They are simply going to walk up to the force cage, and that will be close enough that it will end the... it'll make a gap in your force cage, and then it's going to make a gap in your tiny hut, and then they're going to begin to fire the ballista in.
Now, would we know if there's a gap in the force cage? Would teleportation work if we're outside of the range of the...
It still doesn't. You have
Still
to
doesn't.
physically get out of the force cage. It's the area around it that stops the teleportation. Superior College Mage is a very powerful. They wear a mantle of high rank. Imagine that this would probably be third to the top rank that the Imperial College could be. Be able to cast an 8th level spell, they have to be someone with powerful capabilities, and they casted it outside of the range of a counter spell and outside of line of sight intentionally. This is what the Justicar had planned for. They've laid siege against magical effects before. The Justicar is well prepared for this.
I told you this was fucking stupid.
Well, guys, it looks like our hand might be forced here.
Yeah.
Would have been better if we went before they popped out the animagic field, probably.
Would have been better if we just left her dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
She'll be dead in a moment.
Does disintegrate work on force cage?
Are you talking about force cage disintegration? Nope.
Yeah.
There's nothing that removes the force
Yeah.
cage
Ooh, question.
besides suspending it.
In the intervening minutes, are One and I outside of the city at this point?
If that's your intention, yeah. They're not
That-
chasing or
I mean,
pursuing.
yeah, we did say that we were taking off
I
a
just
little bit ago.
Again, just taking in real time. I'm, if I want to retcon, just because it's a moment of separating party out. I don't want to say that something's happening and then you're kind of like, well, something changed or something like that.
Mhm.
I'm interpreting that you're just on the scene right now for vision. I'm not going to move your tokens. There's a lot of tokens around the side of the map, actually, down the street.
Yeah.
There's like dozens upon dozens of these guards right now. So it's kind of interpreted that you and One are just kind of flying up high enough in elevation that you seem to be maybe out of the range. They have large siege ballista on the towers of the walls themselves, but nothing, it seems, they're not raising up towards you. They're not being signaled to fire upon you. So you're simply kind of cascading.
Now,
Yeah,
would
the
we also know...
intention. Sorry, the intention was that we were going to try to get out of the city, basically as soon as possible, so that we don't get caught in the city when the force cage goes down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd imagine we were kind of already on our way.
Yeah.
So my next question to that is, that anti-magic field, is that gonna disrupt the Ethran summon?
An anti-magic field will. Yeah. That is a conjuration that will dispel it. So that's why, I wasn't going to say anything about your spirit because I assumed you were not on this map.
Oh no, one is keeping concentration. I know he's under. One keeps concentration on Ethran. So if the anti-magic field touched Odala, it wouldn't matter.
Okay.
One has
All
it
right, I just
now. Not
wanted to
Odala.
make sure we didn't need to touch down real quick, if we were just gonna suddenly be in midair and just like, it's gone.
Well, I guess we didn't need to fire them after all.
That's right. Fall damage capped out after a certain point,
Yeah, it would still suck.
20
We'd still be
D6.
caught inside the city. So okay, so yeah, we're getting the hell out of here. Whatever happens to you guys, keep the link up, and if that goes down, we're gonna be on the run outside the city. Maybe have to stage a rescue. Might get the Rudicar involved. I don't know. play that as it comes.
So what is the play for the rest of you here? Are we surrendering ourselves? Are we going to fight this?
Man, as much as I want to do this, guys, it's either right now I chop her head off, or I think we have to give in.
Yeah, I think we just do it.
Like
we're
I
gonna
just
kill her
don't
anyways.
think I don't think there's any other choice. If we
They can
give in
revive her.
now,
And at this point, I think it's
they
better off.
can't
if you
revive her. I
guys-
cut her damn head off.
I mean, they have like powerful clerics. They can do stronger revives than revivify. They're just gonna make they're just gonna make the situation worse for us.
They would
Like,
need a
guys
true.
are-
No,
you
like
guys
a
are pinned,
disintegrator.
You are getting detained right now, in one fashion or another.
Are you?
Do you
I'm
want
just-
to make it worse by
No,
killing?
no, no. No. To me, there was two choices. I chop her head off, and I'm going to jail for however long. It just is what it is. Or, the
I'm just
better option is
saying-
probably we just all give up at this point. So
They have
okay.
8th level magic casters, and this is a religious government. They have at least 8th level clerics. They can
Question.
revive her if you cut.
I have an idea.
Mhm.
Anti-magic field comes over, right? We know there's a grate right there. What if we blow up the
Goats
floor
try to
and
escape
make a
into the
run?
sewer.
Yep.
Like
I was
a
already
Teenage
thinking about the
Mutant Ninja
sewer option, but
I
That's
have a
risky,
feeling. I have a feeling. I don't
We
know
just
why.
need to get far enough away to cast a spell.
I think it's up. I think the jig is
I'll
up.
let you.
think
I'll
the
let
jig
you
is
roll. I'll let you roll a check for the sewer. It's just a flat intelligence check. If you have proficiency with any sort of geography skills, then you can use that. But
Calligraphy? No.
no. I was gonna say city designer. Anybody play Manor Lords here?
That,
No.
Yeah.
Playing some
Costas
Manor Lords?
actually has a
Okay.
background in architecture.
City design. Sure. I mean, you can roll proficiency.
Costas
against
has already
intelligence check, and
given
then you
up.
can
Stay
add
outside of our dome.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you're out of this
Costas right now.
conversation.
Yeah, you can't really add anything to the conversation at this point. It's pretty much just meeting inside that's deliberating while they're approaching here. It's very much in the terms of seconds at this point too. So, whatever you are going to think of, we're going to do it out of character. Just kind of go around the table, and whatever you decide, it's going to be what it is. And we're going to roll initiative. So, we're going to see if we can have whatever it is that you're trying to do unfold here. So the reason why I had you roll the intelligence check here with this plan of escaping into the sewer is fully understanding a couple pieces of information that have already been delivered to the party, through the years of playing here. Because we've been to the Holy City early on in this campaign. We've been to the Holy City a couple times actually, through the campaign, and now we're here many years later. The sewers are not like a typical we're in a modern day city. They're also not going to be a typical sewer system that you accompany in a medieval city. And the reason why is because the sun tree is actually buried underneath the fucking earth. So what you see here, this drainage here, is going to go down. It is purely for the snow melt. When the snow is changing and melting and transitioning in state, that water has to go somewhere besides the street. It is going to go down into the system, and it is going to feed into the earth itself. There is not going to be a tunnel. There's not going to be a pipe. There's not going to be a space, anything remotely for you all to get into. It is going to be a small gaps, little holes that are simply bored into the earth to allow that water to drain to the ground. That is literally it.
So it's essentially a sump pump hole.
Exactly. And I was talking about how they were chucking buckets of shit out their window and stuff like that when I first was actually narrating the drift, right? That they were like tossing shit into the alleys and stuff because they don't have sewers. They don't have a place where the sewage goes.
okay, there's a well
Okay.
though here too, right? That goes.
The
deep
well
down.
is there. It goes deep down,
Yeah.
most likely into an aquifer, a cistern, right? Not a cistern, but an aquifer, natural, right? But where is that water going to come from? That is groundwater. It simply seeps into the ground, fills an open space.
Well,
and
the idea being that all we need to do is drop down far enough to be out of force cage range to teleport out.
I don't think there's enough. Well,
the question here
You
is,
gotta
is
Time
that
that perfectly.
the
though.
question here is that the aura from the spell here that lasts as well. By the way, the anti-magic field lasts an hour, so you understand. is going to significantly outlast the capabilities of the force gauge, whatever. They're intending here, seeing the siege weapon, is that all they're going to do is have the mage come close enough that is going to dispel a gap between the two spheres you've created. It's going to create a gap between the force gauge. It's going to create a gap at the actual hut, and then they're just simply going to fire in. They're just going to start launching ballistas, and they're going to start, sending guard into it. That mage has no intention of coming anywhere closer beyond just dispelling your magic.
Last question. The gem chain shape, is that also one of the effects of...
The shape change of the stone itself is a magical item.
That is...
It will be using magic. It will be counteracted.
I mean, at this point, we're kind of screwed, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate the efforts. I just don't think there's any good way to get out of this at this point.
I'm not trying to hate on your plans. I'm just telling you why they wouldn't work. Giving you actual evidence, facts there. I think the sewer, if your intention is just to teleport out, you could take the deep plunge into the sewer and see if you can't get outside of the force gauge. But that's in the front of where they're firing here. It's the front where they're pushing guard in.
I was under the impression, though, that you were saying that hole is too small for us to even go in.
No, it's too small. It's not. No, it's not too small in the sense that you couldn't go down the shaft. I'm saying that there's nowhere to run from. The intention of that. The intention of what you're saying is that, I want to go down, and what do I do when I'm down? You're just going to have everybody literally cascade down on top of you. It's only big enough for a medium-sized person to go into. You have to touch for teleport. You have to grab together in order for the teleport to work. Usually the one person who's casting it.
She just needs to be on top of me, or I on top of her as we drop down.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem... that seems doable.
Yeah, you have Costas on the grate right now, so you're going to have to get Costas, who's out, weapons out, and holding the hands up, dealing to get off of the grate. You also have to destroy the metal grate, who is literally just, it's steel, iron, not steel, but iron bars. There's no actual opening to the grate. So
would I have any idea of how far down does it go?
I can't give you that because I don't think you really would know that. As long, it's just not anything that your character, I think, would understand as far as, average wise. You can imagine a sewer, commonly is about just underneath the street itself. So maybe like 15 feet down maximum, but.
That's not out of force gauge range. Yeah.
I just don't know if there's a good way to do this, man, without too many problems. Too many what ifs in the scenario at this point.
Yeah. I think it's it. She means business. She wants this person. We tried, and that's what I could say. It just sucks. It comes down to like this. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But I think it is what it is. Hopefully, we can talk our way out of this, or have some type of words in this.
Istriel, what's your choice?
I don't know. I see. I really don't like this.
Yeah.
The last option we have, Kit is a fucking monster, right? As soon as that anti-magic field comes up, nobody's on par with him. Like, open the way, knock them away from us. We just need to step right outside the force cage and we can be out.
You want to fight the guard.
Not fight. Distract. We're not trying to hurt them or anything.
I don't.
It's a dog pile, though. Can you guys actually pull that off?
Do you see how many there are? I mean,
I commend the effort. I like the ideas. I just don't think we should dig the hole deeper than we've already dug. I think
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with that Israel is I don't think I can get past all the guard, the ballista, and the Judicar dude, and get to the wizard that I would have to get to.
Well, you wouldn't
stop.
necessarily need to. You just need to be in front of us so we can get out.
Well, the anti-magic field is also still stopping teleportation. So he needs to not only get out, he needs to get you guys out of the range of the wizard. And the wizard
only
can still
10
just
feet.
follow after you. I
It's
mean,
only
yeah,
10 feet.
like the wizard can move. Like he can like
Sure.
run after you if you
Yeah,
guys.
that was my thought with trying to get to the wizard, was to hold him in place so you
Yeah.
could get where you need to.
You could try to throw their concentration. I mean, there's
Yeah.
other potentials here that you
I
could
mean,
do, but
I'll
But
rage
if
and
you-
give it a
if
go.
if you throw the concentration you have to deal damage, and it has to be that is another. You're just tacking it on at that point of crime.
Yeah, and again, they have counterspell, like without a doubt, have
Get-
Well,
counterspell.
counterspell.
Kit may-
Remember,
Kit-
they are
Kit
in
may
an
be in jail for a while.
the anti magic field. You know, you can't cast magic, right? You see what I'm saying? So like they're in a field of themselves where
Well-
they're dispelling magic that would be there. You're worried that if you cast a spell and then they see it, they're going to be able to dispel it, right?
What I'm saying is that even if we get the concentration down and we try to teleport, they could still counterspell it. Like that's.
Maybe. Depends if we can get behind an alley. You know?
So don't even
But
get
that-
you.
There's a
once again,
lot
that
of
was-
risk in this.
Yeah.
That was my point with going for the wizard, and I'm just not sure if I can make it there through everything.
Yep. The other one is maybe this drainage does go more than 15 feet, and that's our only out. Like,
I think you should give up.
Yeah, like giving up isn't even that bad of an option. I don't get why you guys are so against it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm.
Well,
I'm
out
already
of
Giving
voting for it.
up's a horrible option, but we've been painted
Bad.
into a corner.
Out of character, players really do not like to be thrown in jail. So this is normal.
No.
React this way.
Yep.
As players, you don't like to be in prison. It goes, always. But you kind of did yourselves in with the force cage. You trapped yourselves in here, and then you intended to perform some form of interrogation, but did not have a means to escape. No one ever talked about how you were going to get out of here besides just waiting for the hour for the force cage to end. Plenty of time for them to mobilize. An hour is is years for a guard to assemble against a crime that's been committed.
Yeah, like
So this is not.
I don't get how you
that's
guys
why
thought
you're.
it was gonna be
That's what I was saying. Like it's only been 30 minutes. I mean, this is not. The four frost spears is literally down. It's closer. Four frost spears closer than Suntree Cathedral in terms of distance. So they're able to march down the fort, grab the siege weaponry that they need, put it in position. Right. You got to come to some consensus. It has to be unanimous because we're not going to have players that are going to be fighting this, and then we other players that are surrendering, I should say. So
Well, if that's the case, then we had no choice but to surrender at this point because Costas
Well,
already has.
well, Costas, I would say Costas is a little bit of an outlier to that. Let me rephrase what I'm saying
Okay.
because Costas has already kind of put themselves in a position that they don't really have any other choice but to surrender. So you right now, three, the tiny hut, you have a choice here, but you three have to find a consensus.
I mean, for Israel and Othala, like you guys have obviously had your characters longer, OC wise, had your characters longer than mine. So I'm not. I mean, I love Kit, but Israel, if you want me to, I'm more than willing to rage, run out there, go after the wizard, and do everything that I can, and spend however long in jail, that they sentence me to. But I also don't want to put Othala at risk. So, like, if that's what you guys agree on, then I'll do it for sure. If you guys want to walk out there and surrender, I can, kind of paint it into a corner. So it's either rage and go out there and try my best, or surrender at this point in my mind for Kit. So, but I'm only going to rage and go out there and do it if you and Othala agree that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You can still do downtime in jail.
As much as it sucks, I mean, like I said, we can try to talk our way out. We can do a lot of things. It doesn't have to always lead to incarceration hopefully.
Sure.
I'm just saying, like, worst case scenario, we can grab a few expertise. Like, it's not that bad.
But yeah, like I said, I think as a character, Othala does not like this imprisonment at all. Does not like the idea of it. But I think instead of making things worse, he's not here to start a war with these people. He didn't anything. He was here to save someone close to this town. So I'm not gonna fight the Justicars or the Imperium.
Okay. So we have one person's choosing not to fight. The rest of you two, are you unanimous in not putting up a fight?
Yeah, I mean, I said if I was going to rage and go out there, it had to be unanimous. So, I will surrender as well. Sorry, Istro. I do appreciate the efforts though you put into trying to think of a way out of this with them.
I mean, sucks because we don't even know how far this sewage drain goes, so it might work.
Yeah, but we also might get stuck down there with a ballista shooting down at us. You know.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you'd have to be, you'd still be within.
Here's what has to
They
happen.
only make a hole in the wall of force, so you'd still be within the anti-teleportation bit of it. But like,
Well,
Here's what
If
would
it's
happen.
no, but the thing is, if it's deep enough, we could be outside of it.
oh no, the wall of
Mhm.
force goes underground as well.
Let me
Right,
explain.
but if
Let me explain. Action economy wise, you will have to find a way to destroy that metal grate.
that's
Mhm.
easy enough, yeah.
Without spells.
No, we could use
Yeah.
spells if they're not close by.
You'll have to move faster than them.
Yeah.
Right,
So-
I could fire out a disintegrate from here, like, and it would blow up a 10-foot cube in the whole
Okay.
floor.
So then one of you
Wait,
would
we
have
had
to
disintegrate this whole time.
one of you would
Yeah.
have to jump down. One of you would have to look and jump down into the hole.
Mhm.
And you would also have to hope that all of your initiatives are going to be higher up. And then you'd have to work off of information from the first initiative to the next initiative to the next initiative. This all remains that if Costas has to get off the fucking way. Because Costas is literally blocking.
No, but
It's on half
seriously,
of it, right?
we had disintegrate this whole time. That's one of the ways to get rid of a wall of force.
No, wall of force, not force cage.
Oh, okay.
I said that it's big. It's barely big enough for a medium-sized humanoid to get in. We're talking shoulder to shoulder.
It's force cage.
You're gonna need Costas to get off of the grate if you intend to get down into it. So he's currently on half of it. You're gonna have to push him out of the way. You're gonna have to kick him out. Then one of you is in. The next one comes down. The next one comes down. How many come down? The three of you at this point, right? If it's not deep enough, right? Or if you're stuck in there like a sardine and you can't move your hands, what's the spell going to be cast?
Well, then we're fucked if it's not deep enough. That's what we don't know.
Then we come around. Then we come around to the next round. At that point, action economy wise states, right? That we're going to come into the next round, and you're for sure understanding that this person is going to be that field up into the frame. Then that's going to be covered with anti-magic. You're going to hope that you're deep enough to be able. Now, if you dimension door, you teleport, you're also going to have to hope that the person who's above, the third in, is going to have to be deep enough. Because if they're lapsed or caught in any part of that anti-magic field, and you decide to dimension door teleport, they won't. Any magic upon them is going to fail. And not to get gross about it, but maybe you'll teleport half of them. No, I'm just kidding. No. It just simply nullifies them. It's the same thing if you cast a spell. That's what I was saying, is that you're basically, if they can verbalize. An anti-magic field is all. Remember, the actual mage themselves also can't really get magic out. Okay, so this is an all or nothing type deal. So if you're overlapped at any point, all that magic upon you, your items, everything, down.
As far as the size thing goes, as when the anti-magic field isn't on top of us, we could still change shape into like something small and cast a spell, right?
Well, an action requires an action to change shape. So
Right.
you're going to have to use your action then to change shape, and then you'll have to use another action second round.
Or whoever else, like, yeah.
Yeah, wherever else. So I personally, counting down, whatever has to happen, pretty much has to happen in the first round. So whatever you're going to do has to happen in the first round. And the person who casts disintegration can't be the same person who uses because their action's already taken for the disintegration. And then if you dimension door, then you can only dimension door 2 of you, 3 of you.
I think at this point, man, like we have literally just been we got painted into a corner, and I don't think there's any good choice other than to hopefully we do what they want. They have a little bit of mercy on us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, while we're still in the field and they can't see us, I'm still gonna at least try to dimension door out through the force cage. If it doesn't work, then whatever. We surrendering anyways.
Are you taking Tolly with you?
I would say over the link that that's the intent. So if she makes the save, that's where she would be, and Joe could go track her down there.
Okay.
So you're going to attempt to do a dimension door upon Tolly?
Yeah.
Okay. How many spell slots you're
both of
going
us.
to upcast it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Gotta
Tolly
keep
is
in
not
mind, though.
going to be a willing. By the way, it's not willing for this. So
Can we knock her out and make her willing?
oh my! That sounded so bad. Oh my god!
You know what I mean.
That sounds so fucking bad.
For the love of God, can we just give up?
Consent! Consent! Okay.
For the love
Even
of God,
if
can we just
they're
give up? This is
even
a
if
lost
they're
cause.
even if they're knocked out, I'm fairly certain it still won't work.
Like the fact that
So-
Michael, I feel, has been parroting my points a bit. Like that shouldn't be happening. I should not be the voice of reason. I should.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I forgot to mention Door's willing. You can't even move them because they're not willing.
Yeah, like guys, the
You could join Joe if you just don't want to get imprisoned.
You can get two. You
I
can
get
get two of you out.
Vagabonds.
You can if you succeed on your charisma save, you potentially can get you and.
I'll
one
try
of
to
the-
get me and Kid out.
You're gonna leave Othal.
okay.
Othal has his own dimension door.
Oh, you're gonna mention
God.
Dora out too. We're gonna leave the assassin then.
We don't
Damn.
have any other choice anyways.
Smoking. Otala's
Yeah.
Kit is going where the assassin goes. You know.
Okay.
Yo, gosh, man, these
There's a
I get
chance.
so many things.
There's a chance if you guys all go willingly, you're all brought up to
Yeah.
Lady Daria together, you could at least get a few words in. Explain your side of the story, and you guys can go from there. If you all dip out and just leave Costas and the assassin there, Costas is conceding to whatever his mom has to say regardless. So,
We have casted magic on somebody though, both Mathala and I.
that's
Yeah.
true. If you guys
I-
want to avoid any kind of repercussions, I see that side of it too. If you guys just want to go to the Rudikar hideout and coordinate with me, we can try to escape the city together.
But
That's
yeah,
cool too.
I don't
but
know.
Choices.
I'm
At
cool
a certain point, making more decisions that there's so many risk on is only going to add more and more and more up. You know, if it doesn't work. Now, if it works, it's great. But if we keep on doing this and adding all these up, it just adds more and more onto it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've cast magic on someone and got in trouble for it, so I'm okay with it. We can explain our case. I think if we have Costas and ourselves and we come forth honest as we are, we were here to stop this woman. We were here to help people. We're here to help her husband. It's just miscommunication and a clash of powers, I guess. You know, we have us,
Yep.
the Wayward ones, versus this city. So
I just hope
really what it
Kid's
is.
okay with it if the decision is made to like put her in jail or something and take her away.
I'm sure Kit will be in jail with her.
Oh, much.
And there's nothing to say that Kit can't make a shank in jail and take care of business. I mean, Kit's not okay with it. Kit's pretty pissed, but you know, he also doesn't want to get anyone in the party killed over this. So I think we just have to, I don't know. I think we just have to give it up.
Log us up,
there's
Captain.
I don't know, man. There's just too many unknowns with that. Like, I think everything you have said has a chance to work, but everything has to go right. Everything has to line up right. It's just too many outside factors influencing.
Some of the greatest stories in D&D come off those
True.
low percentage plays.
I mean, that's true. I don't know. I don't want to hold up anymore. I guess my vote would be just to go ahead and give it up.
Yep.
To be able to stay with the assassin and try to go talk some, at least get a word in edgewise, or be there to try. So, Istro, you good with that, or are you going to try to get out of here with the assassin?
I can't get out of here with the assassin.
All right. Kits and Othala, you're good with giving it up now?
Yeah, I'm fine with facing the music.
All right.
Let's go talk to her.
Kit's gonna grab her. Oh, it's paused. I was gonna walk out. Kit's gonna grab her and walk out the front of the tiny hut and throw her at Costas. Here's your trophy, Costas. This is the second time now you put yourself above the party and put us all in danger.
You guys are the ones
I warned
fighting
you
the
last
guard.
time.
Let's see. I didn't decide to fucking pick a fight with the Justicars.
No, you decided to revive her after she was already gone, which was what the party decided to do.
Guess what? She was gonna get revived anyway. She died in the fucking holy city. She was gonna get revived and interrogated. It doesn't matter whether we did it or not.
There are ways to stop the revive from happening. Her entire body has to be there for one.
And guess what? We'd been in trouble for doing that too.
They never
Or-
would have known.
We'd still be in the force cage.
Othala's gonna walk out as well.
Same.
Us. They can put
Gonna-
together a body. There are spells to fix bodies. There are spells to revive mangled bodies.
There's no spell to fix ashes. Could have.
Let's
There's 9th level spells.
let's stop bickering. We're already going in. Costas, I don't think you should be on your knees though. At least let's go with some dignity. We are the wayward ones. Listen to everything.
I'm sorry, but I don't feel like associating with that right now.
All right, so Istrel, you were going to attempt a dimension door?
No, just gonna let it go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to make sure I clarify, right? You're under the interpretation that Tolly would not be willing. It could be willing. I'm not going to say, I think it's important to understand is like, something that I was talking to someone on the stream, is that you don't know if they're willing or not. I think that's a good way to say it. So if you attempt to use it, right, it could fail for them because they're not willing, or perhaps they'll attempt, right, to roll themselves as well to go out with you, which will, if they fail, they'll fail anyways. So, and at that point, you could always give it a shot if that's what you wish, to see if they are. The time of asking them is out. There's not any time here. We're pretty much just frozen time at this point because they're taking their movement here. The assassin has been talking about a couple of different times that they could go back and forth. That they kind of want to be brought in. They want to be brought forth to Lady Daria, and they want you to have to speak on their behalf. So, if your plan then is to not do that, that's why I'm saying that we're on the side at this point of being.
Yep.
So no dimension doors, nothing surrendering. That's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what happens is the following. The Imperial College Mage is going to approach Force Cage. As they approach the Force Cage, shimmering-like effect begins to overtake. Frost Guard are in prime position to charge forward immediately. First one moves forward. They're going to ascertain, before even the tiny hut is down, they're going to move and ascertain. Seeing the Costas here, they're going to begin to throw them in manacles, restraining them. Coming to the side, they hold Costas still inside the Force Cage. They begin to pull him to the edge of that building, adjacent on the west side of the alley. Paladin steps in. Frostguard begin to step in. Paladin at the front just simply sidesteps to the side. The mage takes another step, creates a gap inside of the tiny hut. At that point, the concealment of your tiny hut will begin to phase out. They have vision, right? You could also simply allow them to have vision, but they still are going to follow through with this process regardless. The ballista then raises. Paladin holds up the hand, looks in. Now that the concealment ending, or perhaps it's always been ending, they're still going to be looking in, holding their hand. Their sword is not drawn. Begin to lower yourselves down.
Was that a question or
It was a question. I'm seeing if you're lowering yourselves down, lowering your weapons, just like they gave the command. They already gave the command to Costas, so if you're following through with that before they give a command out to you, what I want to know.
Kit will not kneel, but he'll lower his weapons and put his hands out, showing a sign of surrender.
Okay.
Yeah, Othala doesn't bend the knee as well, but he puts all his items inside his bag of holding and then puts his bag on the floor.
Okay. Mistral?
Yeah, well, just no equipment, just putting it down.
Okay, but not kneeling.
No.
Okay. Paladin looks in, sees you beginning to lower your weapons and arm. Put the hand towards the ballista. Motions for the other hands, pulling them forward in. Frostguard begin to run in, manacles and chains. Begins to put them, clasping your hands together in those manacles. Now, whether you want to or not, they're going to bring you to the wall of the building and begin to lower yourselves down into a seated position. Frostguard are going to be on either side of you. Then going to begin to remove items upon you. Weapons and other things that you would use. Are any of you attempting to conceal anything? Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Not me.
I'd like to conceal my silver gemstone.
Well, the time for you, you're in purview, you're in
Yeah.
plain sight. So the time to concealing for you should have happened before you left the tiny hut. The
Okay.
eyes were always upon you. The chances of you succeeding in something like that are astronomical. Pretty much a natural 20. If you want to give it a roll, you can, but you literally had an armada of frost guards staring at you. So
Fair, fair.
okay. They're then going to remove also your spellbooks.
Mhm.
Paladin is going to recognize your casting of magic, caliber of magic. Paladin is then going to walk in. Frost guards surround the assassin. Begin to raise them up, push them against the well. Begin to search them as well. Already seeing that they've been well searched by you all. They look towards the weapons that they removed from you, or you lowered peacefully, noting the weapons that the assassin most likely carried. Not putting two and two together quite yet. Southar Paladin will slowly kneel down and look in the direction of Istriel. Take off their helmet. Where do you hail from? Which magic did you study? And where did you study it?
None on these shores.
Be specific now.
I hail from Tamaria.
Are you a soldier?
Not anymore.
Are you aligned with the noble houses of Elion?
Not anymore.
Do you hold any regal or royal pedigree with any of the descendants of Elion?
Out of character, does being a noble count?
They're asking you if you're a noble or you're a highborn.
And I guess technically it would be. Yes.
They then move over, shuffling their feet in the boots. Then look towards you, Athala. Same questions.
I'm not from here. This, to be specific, plane. You wouldn't know where I come from.
What magic did you study?
Dunamantic, specifically chronomancy.
And where
In
did you
thick of
learn
time.
this?
I learned it my home of origin, and then Faerun.
You're going to take your spellbooks, bring them over here to College Mage, which begins to scan them, looking them over. Paladin still sits with you. This was brought forth by one of the Frost Guard. Kind of rallied, relayed the spellbooks for Paladin. They look towards you, Kit, shuffling themselves over. You have any capabilities of casting magic?
I do not.
As they lick you over. Are you associated with a clan or a tribe, a faction, a place?
I am.
Who are you associated with?
I'm actually the Talthar army.
Are you a deserter?
I am.
You know the punishment for deserting.
I do.
And who was your command when you served?
Individual named Tom.
And what was your post?
I was a scout
What were you scouting for?
for Tom.
Obviously, for your commander. But what exactly were you scouting for?
I may be a deserter, but my missions were classified. I think if you need to know or want to know more, you're going to have to ask Tom about that.
What legion?
Boy.
It's in your notes. It's there.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
Pretty sure.
I don't. Second commander of defense and Fort Calabar.
There's quite a bit. There's quite a bit in here. So look through it. See if I put it in there.
You know what? You would have called it a legion, right? I don't see it in there.
Yeah, but I don't know. You're part of like this like.
It's like a special kind of unit.
Yeah, I don't know if they would even classify you as something like that. You're kind of like in like modern day, you would basically be like a turnover from the enemy, right? Using it as like a private enterprise. Or like,
Yeah.
Aren't they called like the Bastard Legion or something?
Yeah, you even said it. I'm pretty sure you even said it too.
A Black Legion.
Oh, that sounds about right.
I think it was the Black Legion. That's what I have in my notes.
Probably
So it's not.
somewhere.
I think when we were talking about the way the armies were organized, Michael said it, but it's not in my backstory.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking here is I probably forgot to put it in, and that's why I reminded when we were talking about it a long time ago. That is what I have in my notes as well as the
Black Legion. I'll put it in right now.
Yeah, you can put it into the document. I probably just left it.
Yeah.
I probably forgot to put it in, but that's what. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. I hate.
No, you don't need to be sorry.
Stuff like
That's
that.
completely trying to make sure we get the right information. We're giving up the
Yeah, but I mean, essentially, what I'm trying to.
Are you trying to
relay
hide
to
this
him
stuff?
is-
Are you trying to hide this, or
No,
Yeah.
I will tell him all this, but I'm not gonna. I mean, everybody knows that I have a sending stone to talk to Tom because I also have something else I'm doing. I'm not gonna tell him that, but I'm gonna give him enough information to satisfy his need and try to get him to get in contact with Tom.
out of character? Where is the sending stone right now? Is that part of the items you laid down?
I mean, it was in my backpack, so if I laid down my backpack, like I didn't try to hide anything. It's all there.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the Black Legion. What's Tom? He's one of the Frost Guards searching through items. Setting stone is pulled out. He's the paladin, looks towards it, holds it. And who does this go to?
That's how our scouts communicate with their commander. It goes to Tom.
Gives it back, puts it in the backpack. So what's going to happen? Stand up. You all be imprisoned within the jail, the depths of Fort Frostbeard. You'll be pulled one by one and you'll be given to a zone of truth in the courtyard of the keep. It is of your best interest to succumb to the zone of truth. If you resist, we will know. And that is as good of a sentence as guilty. It's all the justification we need. And there will be no trial. If you give us the information we seek, if you do not resist, the trial will be rewarded to you. Not a trial of your peers. Not but that one. Trial of those who do not know you. Only see you for the crimes that you have committed. That one is the sun. May not go to a trial. They are successful to advocate on your behalf. Or, if the lady themselves sees fit, provide the zone of truth themselves. You could speak your piece then. I've seen how these trials go. You do not have many friends here. Reputation of yourselves will need to be spread if you are to gain them. I've heard from some of the Frost Guard on my approach. You are referred to as the Wayward ones. There was some aid that you rendered the city.
That's true.
This will help you in gaining friends and seeing some goodness from your peers. You'll be given proper bedding, cot, and you'll be given food 3 times a day. If you resist imprisonment, any step of the way, Frostguard, and any of those who oversee you are given full rights to end your life. Depending on further crimes, your sentence may be extended. Do you have any questions?
Yes.
What is it?
May I see my father?
That is up to the lady. It's not up to me.
Okay, then please pass on my request.
For surrendering, it's on the helmet. I will do so. It's to walk off. See, as they find the jar. Snail. You see, it's the same one. This is the Watch Commander. I swear to fucking the Sun God, everybody. This is them. This is them. He's a college mage shifting through the spellbooks. Looks in the direction of the jar. Looks in the direction of Elot. Points the hand in the direction of the snail jar. History
He'll
roll
drop
to
it.
concentration.
Yeah.
As he is. The jar, yeah, the concentration jar breaks. Watchman crashes through some of the frost guard in this tight alleyway here. Actually, it's not very tight. It's pretty large, actually. Alleyway. And Watch Commander Ringler Uku is there. looks towards taking in the sights and the sounds. You all there, the assassin there, sees the watch commander moves forward. Does not kneel in front of you lot. You would have had a friend in all of this. You would have had someone that could get you out. But instead, you continue to resist.
Oh, Watch Commander, do you want your weapons back?
Looks in the direction of you. They come through. They smell the air. Oh, I've always wanted this. And they come in and they backhand you across the face. Just bam! Just bam! Right across to the back of the hand. Oh, they hold the hand, they shake it. It's always a good day to punch a noble right in the face. Oh.
I probably deserve that.
They pick up their shield, putting it on the back of the battle axe on the side from the ground of the weapons that you lay down. Roll the shoulders. I can do nothing for you here. Nothing anymore. Good luck. As they walk away.
You really should enchant that thing.
Begin around the frost guard, yelling orders and directions to fetch the wagon, the jailer's wagon. Throw you in. Begin to make way in the direction of Fort Prosper. But I'm gonna transition the scene over. Yeah, go ahead.
Before the mental link wastes out, because it's not gonna last very long. Just gonna inform Joe of everything that's happening.
Okay.
What's going on, and until the connection ends, I'm just gonna be informing him of what they tell us, of where we're gonna be going, what's happening, how long we're gonna be detained for. I'm gonna tell him it doesn't look like they think you're a part of this or anything, but they did mention our name, so I don't know. Looks like we might need friends. I think we don't really have a lot here.
All right, I hear you. So, very bottom of the dungeon in the basement. I'll lay low for a while. I don't know. I'll try to do some snooping around maybe tomorrow. See what I can see. See if I can get some scuttlebutt around town. Find some rooted cars. That kind of thing. If I hear that you guys are gonna be going away for quite a bit, do you want me to get some kind of support and see if I can break you out?
I don't know. Without my spell book, I can't really do much. I can try to message you here and there, but I think if we handle this, try to be cordial more this time, I think things could work out. But if it does come to that, we'll definitely let you know.
All right, sounds good, man. Stay strong in there. I know these high and mighty types can be real dicks to people that can't fight back, so keep your chin up. I'm here if you need me.
Yeah. And one, take care. All right, no problem.
A little bit of roleplay with the self there. Collie. Pretty close to you. Back against the wall, missing fingers, still hogtied. Now those being removed and replaced with a manacle, iron bound. Look towards you lot. I didn't expect you to go so willingly.
I'm not here to destroy the town, cause chaos like you. We came here for you specifically.
Did you hear that, Costas?
And
That your friends are so willing to give up the life of your father?
we all know that the city is going to get as much out of you as we would.
They'll get some information that they need, but they won't have what it takes.
You know what? For once, could you just have that tongue fall between your molars?
Oh, I would love for my tongue to be
Oh
fucking
my
back
god,
up.
you fucking masochist.
Just stick their tongue out and kind of lick the lips.
Hey Wrangler, can you like slap one more person?
Wrangler's already gone. The Frostguard just taking your items and moving. They're waiting for the
Yeah, I'm
generals.
just yelling that in his general direction.
Frostguard just like ready to point their weapons down toward.
Are there still guards surrounding each one of us, or
Yeah,
are they?
so you have a guard on either side of you. You also have a guard in front of you. And there's guard also.
How far away
looking for
is?
your item.
How far away is she from me?
Holly is in correspondence to the wall. They've distanced you out about 5 to 10 feet away. If you had a reached weapon, you'd be able to get to them, but you're not within range of like kicking or hitting.
Oh, wait, can I get like a turbo on that Zone of Truth? That really... I don't think we really deserve to be in prison and every day. Like, we know we can get a Zone of Truth by like the end of the hour, so...
Guards ignore you.
Okay.
Major question.
Yep.
Did they take my pipe away?
They took all of your items, any material, any possessions you had in your backpack or your satchel or anything on you. You're literally just down to your clothes and armor. So again, that's why it prompted if there's anything you were concealing at that point. That was the time.
Oh, no. Yeah, if they took it, they took it. But Doll is just sitting there, not even paying attention to anything, just looking at the sky after she talks. He's not even trying to worry about anything.
Okay. At this point, Istali leans their head back against the wall. They look up, begin to whistle. I personally, by the way, out of character, I personally can't whistle at all as a person. So I've tried to practice. I can't whistle at all, but I would do it for you.
Wow.
I can't. I've tried.
Wow.
So just so you know. And with that, we'll come to Dirty Joe and one. Just giving you an opportunity if there's anything that you're attempting to do at this point, flying, where you're going, where you're landing, what you're doing.
Just getting beyond the walls, into the, maybe a few hundred feet past the nearest tree break, into the woods. Joe's just casting Pass Without Trace, keeping one close by, and they're just gonna kind of head in, to the forest. They don't want to be spotted. They don't want to be heard. They're going to be lying low, not making a sound for at least a day.
Okay. Sounds good. It's really interesting. These animated concept maps here, these you lag, Lucas, trying to get on these. That's really interesting. The stream view has a hard time too.
Well, right now, again, I'm at my mom's right now, so that's might be why. Yeah.
I've just got a black screen.
Yeah, I have to reload, I think.
Okay. Well, let's see if anybody else has
Same.
any.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Everyone had a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it's probably maybe it could just be the map itself. Let's see if we can get people reloaded in the stream view as well as.
Says it's my token doesn't have vision for the scene.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's okay. Let me see if I can configure that. That's a different problem. I figured. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Everyone good?
Nice.
Okay,
Mhm.
so you did load in. It was just I didn't have the right settings. Okay. I had to pull this out from the compendia of compendia. I didn't realize we were going to jail today. So, to be honest, with
You know what? I feel like you should have the jail ready 24/7.
I
That's
don't
okay.
like to imprison and jail my players. I really don't. I just I give players. I generally give players like every possible opportunity imaginable there.
Usually players will like
We
fight
spent.
and die before they go to jail.
Not gonna lie to you, we did spend like literally 2 hours of real time with you all just talking, and I was waiting to see if you'd figure out some method to getting out at that point. So
I personally like the bum rush method, but probably wouldn't have worked. So
yeah, honestly, I mean, you're all
There's a
very powerful
chance,
people.
but I
You're all
mean-
very powerful people. You probably could just get
Yeah.
yourselves
Like
going.
it could have worked, but like if we weren't gonna be on the wanted list before, we definitely would have been if we bum
Yeah.
rushed the guard. Like,
well, I was afraid Costas might have turned against us again.
oh, there's a very good chance of that. I probably would have ended up attacking Kit if he bum rushed
Which
the guard.
I'm not sure I could have. I could have handled all the guards outside. I think. I don't think I could have handled Costas and the Justicar or Judicar, whatever they are.
Like, I don't know where I would be on that. Like, I was actively considering it. Like, what would I do if they?
So
Yeah, I'm all black.
okay. It's okay. It's not really anything. We're also kind of at the end of our time here, so I'm just gonna go through things. I'm just gonna narrate as far as where you're at, what's really happening. They're not going to throw you into, cover you with a burlap sack or try to stop you from seeing anything. Like, they're gonna take you to Fort Frostbeard. That is the fort on the plateau. I have a finger up. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I
Mikey.
gotcha.
It's Mikey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mikey said he couldn't hear me, I guess. Well, I interpreted that's what it meant. Still Black Street for you there, Lucas?
Oh no, yeah. I had to reload, but it worked.
Good. Well, give a couple minutes here for Mikey to get back on, so he can hear me. If not, we're just gonna keep going. Mikey, can you hear me? Okay. I'm gonna keep going. Mikey's not, obviously the character Drew Joe is not actually part of the prison here, so okay. So Fort Frostbeard is very old. It is has these walls and segments. It's like two-tiered, where you have a 20-foot wall, tower segments, and that really is going to anchor almost cranial down into the outer wall of the city. The keep itself is where you're headed. It has a iron-barred drop gate that kind of lowers itself and raises it, and then there's also a double wooden door that can be shut with an interior space with arrow slits above and not to the side. The keep is commonly referred to as a square, kind of squared off. There's a medieval term for it. I won't get into that, but it's the most common keep that has been created throughout medieval history. It simply is an open interior courtyard space with a surrounding structure over that courtyard. The second floor tends to be a balcony overhang with an undercrop for stabling for the first floor there. So part of it is kind of balcony stabling. The rest of the structure in the first floor has a few different interior spaces, such as a mess hall, stairs to go down into a storage granary type area. And then there's only very little areas of the second floor that will be accessible by a staircase on the outside or the interior of that keep and court. So very much so open is a good way to interpret. There's not really a whole lot of corridors to the keep, and there's a kind of a single tower that would accompany a third floor, which does have a sort of walkway around to the gatehouse that operates the actual iron barred gate that can open. And that has a couple arrow slits to face out. But as far as other arrow slits that are there facing out, they would be little pocket alcoves that would be of the second floor, where some of the staircase goes to an overhang balcony. That's the best way I can kind of describe it. Very old. It's very kind of old slate stone, and it shows wear and tear. There's even sometimes some pockets of like gaps in the wall itself that faces out, so you can kind of see outside if you're up there. The battlement positions, they would have to like climb staircases or ladders to get into the battlement positions to fire arrows down or get into the gatehouse. If they were going into kind of a chamber or a room, generally that door is facing into the interior courtyard, and then they're going. The jail is the exception. This is going to be a stairwell that is going to take you just on the inside left of one of the entries that would reach you above to the gatehouse. It's going to go down into the ground. And you're going to essentially round down, come around, and go underneath where the courtyard is at of that interior courtyard. It's very simple. Staircase down, singular door opens into a semi-arched tunnel that extends for a number of 30 to 40 feet, flanked on either side by iron-barred gates that have lever-like mechanisms controlled to be able to open and close them. It's not elaborate by any means. Very simple. And there's not that many cells. In fact, there's only about 12 of them. There's a few people in there. They have cots, nice blankets, pillows. They have a bucket to be able to relieve yourself. And they have a small little wooden table inside. Nice. In an alcove pocket where there's not a cell, there are mechanisms to be able to extract information. Those would be similar to be able to strap someone to a table, get to a neck, some form of torture. What you can understand is that those seem very old. They have cobwebs upon them. They look as if they have not been touched in a very long time. So this could be a relic. We do know that Fort Frostbeard has stood the test of time well before the Talthar regime. But this could have simply just be items that have been down here that they have not wanted to break down and remove. They just kind of kept them in case they had any use. They're going to put you each into your individual cells, and they will simply lock them. After some time has elapsed, they're going to remove Tali. Not Costas, not Istriel, not Othala, not Kit. They're removing Tali.
And the plot thickens.
And it's only until the late afternoon does another guard come down to replace the other one at the door who's watching over the cells. So we will guard down. Same entrance that you entered in. The exit. Just taking a seat. Leaning against. Folding the arms. And watching. You're waiting to see if anybody is going to come get you. They aren't going to get you this night.
Did they bring Tolly back? Mm.
Do we do downtime while we're in our cells?
No. No,
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Okay.
So we're going to end the session not on this note, because that is super depressing and super sad. The next day, we do a lapse here. I'm going to advance the time clock a little bit back. I'll prompt for long rests. Oh my gosh. Every time I do a long rest, there's always everybody. It's great. One doesn't rest, right? Because there's some of them.
Yeah, and they get the features, they just don't get the effects of spell slots and health points.
Okay. So I'm not going to prompt them then. That's going to be up to you to have to go into the character sheet and just add in all those values.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So, long rest, you awake. Breakfast is served. Adequate. It's not molded, not stale, spoiled. It's actually pretty good. And it's a hearty portion. Just before we come to the midday, the door opens. And Frostguard enter in. It's the Wrangler Uku. Striding in. He approaches the cell of Kit. Smells the air. We got in contact with this tongue. That magical messaging sent. Really told the Justicar you were a deserter?
I am.
Tom doesn't seem. Why
Tom's
does
always
your
looked out
commander
for me.
not believe you've deserted the Black Legion?
He's always looked out for me from the time he recruited me in the bar fights. I'm guessing until now.
He's given you a way out.
What's the way out?
Throw you in the back of a wagon. Three of my soldiers down there to replace some of those lost in the Frost Legion, trained enough. They do accompany you back to Melandar.
What makes you think I want to go back to a place I left?
You see me right now speaking to you eye to eye. I don't think you're going to take this.
I'll stay here with my friends.
So be it. I will let them know. Guards! A few hours pass by. Door opens again. This time, Royal Silvered Guard. Marching down. They approach. I just love that the artwork for them is so peaceful. It is your mother, Costas. Stop and stare at you. So, Real Silver Guard march in formation, brace, stomp into the ground, lining the entire corridor.
Hiya.
Hello.
Can I see father? Or is that not an option?
It's not an option right now, Costas.
Understood. I'm guessing you got the basics out of Tolly?
He did not resist his zone of truth. I gave it to them in the courtyard above here.
Mhm.
There's a cure for the father's ailment.
Mhm.
We're fetching healers from outside of the city, looking for other avenues, besides divine magic, the Order of Light.
I mean, personally, I was hoping to take a stab at it, but yeah.
Don't think that you want to do that, Costas. And I don't think I would let you.
You can't let me make a vain attempt at saving my father's life.
Costas, the cure requires soul of someone that is part of them. The only one. You're born from them. Can't be me. Requires a child.
All the better.
I won't let you. I would rather you sit here in prison the remainder of your life than see you sacrifice it.
Fine. Can we at least... I mean, I know I said this a lot over the years, but can you at least start truth me and get this over with? I'd rather not have me and my companion sitting in here the whole time. And I'm pretty sure I can give some pretty damn convincing testimony under Zone of Truth.
Even if you did, I still won't release you. Not until it's over. Either a method is found to heal your father, or pass away.
And I
Too much
can't even
life
see
to
him
live.
until then?
I know what you will do if you see them.
What?
You will give up your life.
How could I possibly give up my life? It's not like I have a way of capturing my soul or anything to make it to the potion.
You've always been someone who was loved, cherished. You've loved your father. Now instilled with the teachings of a knight, of a soldier, and an adventurer of the Wayward one. All of that combined simply cannot allow you. I don't know how you will act. Don't know But then I do know. You have more to this world. Your father knows this. Father would not allow you to sacrifice your life for them. Father would not allow you to risk it. And I will follow what your father wishes. Turn away and begin to walk out.
Costa's just gonna stare at the wall for a bit.
So,
Hey, Michael.
Yep.
Does Costas know how a soul would be captured? Or like, for the purposes of this alchemical potion?
No, you don't know. But your
Okay.
mother has heard from Zone of Truth and most likely is relaying information to appropriate healers to understand how to make such a thing. Your mother is, you're a loose cannon. Your mother just simply doesn't trust you.
It's pretty accurate. I was 100%
Regardless of what
planning on.
information you give in a Zone of Truth, it won't matter. They are simply not going to allow you to put your life in harm's way. And if that means you sit in the cell, so be it. Did not state or specify anything about the assassin.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I got grounded.
Yeah. You didn't ask about the assassin at all, though.
I mean,
Nope.
I probably should have, but like, I was spending the entire thing trying to find a way to like get to my dad's body. Like, I was really trying to try out my old one gifts to see if I could like use that, but
And you didn't think to mention it?
No,
no, but it's
I mean-
exactly a gift that lets me take damage in his place, so she would not.
So we're going
no,
to
oh, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
we're going to fast track some things here because I'm not seeing any resistance. So the Zone of Truth, I don't need to go through the questions of that because I know that you're going to give me truthful information. Unless you're not, then you can say you're.
We're gonna put the best spin on it we can to like make it look
I-
nice.
I'm not resisting right now at all, but I would like to offer some help if I could, because did we all hear that conversation when she came down into the corridor? All right.
Yep.
So whenever she lets us speak or lets me speak to her, I would just relay my abilities to hatch a soul or maybe take it out of a place like that and try to offer my help in a way to get us out of the mess we created.
Run that by me one more time.
I'm basically telling her my capabilities of being able to cast Magic Jar and wanting to help in order to maybe ease whatever sentence we get or get us out of the situation that we created.
You're gonna pitch necromantic magic. Use necromantic magic.
Oh, I forgot it was necromancy.
I was
Uh,
gonna say something, but I left it alone.
I forgot it was necromancy.
I think you would know it's necromantic at that point.
Yeah, I
Frowned
would
upon,
know, but I just forgot that. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, she's not gonna go for that. I would just, yeah, never mind. Because that
And if I heard her correctly too, it had to be the soul of somebody he's related to, essentially.
Yeah, but the way that
So-
it's been explained is that like his soul, he's not dead, his soul is sort of trapped, but I'm thinking of the way to pull his soul out of that entrapment, capture it, and then place it back into him. That's my idea in Othala's head.
No, that makes sense. I see where you're going with that.
It's not a bad idea.
I understand the people, so they
it's not a bad idea. I'm just saying, are you pitching that? That's all I need. I know.
She might still go for it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm 50-50 for it. I'm gonna take the shot. I'm gonna take that risk.
Paladins have some necromancy spells.
I'm gonna take that risk and offer that type of help. She doesn't have to go for it. I'm gonna say, I know you're frowned upon this, but it's what I can offer.
So upon that offer, they aren't going to say anything to that offer. They're not going to give you any yes or no. They don't immediately say that it's not on the table. It's not what this is about. Talk about things. They're really just asking questions about what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
What is the relationship between you and the assassin? And if you're giving the information forthcoming, you're really just going to tell the story of what you've been doing, right? And what has happened. There is nothing actually that you've committed as far as a crime is concerned, except to the Watch Commander. That's the crime.
Yeah.
You know, and half of that is their pride getting turned into it. So that's the reality. Okay. But after a couple nights, in fact, it's going to be on 14th, pretty late. Joe, you have yet to receive any answer back? No communications, nothing? Are you simply just camping out and waiting?
What would Joe be doing? I did say a day, so at least a day would have gone by. Like, probably one full day just camping out, seeing if there's any guards that are out looking, searching for anyone. If he doesn't see anything, he's gonna sneak into the city. Not trying to do anything specifically at first, just trying to hear some rumors, trying to see what the scuttlebutt is, and if he can find, I forget his name, the Dwarven Rudikar dude.
Marvin?
Marvin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
nice.
because he remembers how he contacted him in the past, so he's gonna look around, see any evidence of their activity, and see if he can't set up a meeting while still trying to be as sneaky as possible. So if he thinks it's gonna be a risk of like, hey, I might blow my cover, he's just some dude with Pass Without Trace on, sneaking around in a cloak, hoping nobody notices him. But if he can set up a meeting, he will do so.
All right. So you're going to set up a meeting with Marvin. You're able to get an audience with Marvin here. You in a undisclosed or unmarked, I should suppose, location. Man, Marvin, jeez. Where are you, Marvin? Let's get your Marvin self down. This guy, he always comes back, lives another day. As Marvin looks towards you in the alleyway, puts the cloak down. Well, I can't be surprised.
Nope, suppose not. We always do tend to turn up in the oddest of circumstances.
What can I help for you, my dear friend?
First things first, because I don't think I was able to ascertain this clearly. Did the assassin get loose? What happened to her? I know that she got arrested along with my friends. That's all I got.
Well, it seems that the assassin that was spoken about, they've been transported in the direction of the Valor Keep. They're held into a private prison. It is a secure. But no, though. This is an assassin of the Knight's Kiss. If it come from their own, if the bridge is not burned, can give no secrets. Either to kill them or to set them free. The slippery slope, my friend.
Yes, it is.
Nine
Most of
hells
that just was.
The Nine Hells, they might be able to escape themselves. They're quite elusive.
But you haven't heard that they are on the run or that they were officially set free.
Not that I'm aware of. No head has been put on a spike. No town criers running through saying the assassin of the husband to the lady is dead. No. I just see that they have been moved from Fort Frostbeard into Valor Keep and they have yet to leave. I would assume from my pigeons inside of the keep that they are kept away.
Yeah, that's at least not bad news yet. Next question. Have you heard any scuttlebutt about possible sentencing or length of detention for the Wayward ones?
I don't know. The lady has taken the Zone of Truth themselves, and they have gone into the Fort Frostbeard a few times. I imagine to perform such to your party members. From what the onlookers have said that I have questioned, it seems as though you are only enacting in your defense and for the betterment of the city, and it was only a grievance in the direction of the watch commander, which I suppose it was their pride that was hurt much more than the actual law itself. So you have that going for you. Now, as far as resisting the arrest and the likes of this magic you were using, don't know. Can't answer this for you. But simply set them free and hope that they don't do it again. They could put them onto some sort of civil service. They might be able to throw them in jail for a number of years. It is truly up to the lady. With the fall of the elder, there is much lawlessness and chaos, I suppose. And the judiciary is the executioner, and it just is not good business. Honestly, you might be better off fetching your stake within the Lathan if you committed a crime. With many of those business owners and the merchant of coin, as they're called now, be able to fetch you a good sentence, most likely working on a ship for one of the companies, or perhaps mucking about some horse stall. I find that better to be than in chains and enslaved within some sort of jail. You know, for a dear friend, it's not like the Rugalark, but it's also not unlike them either. Could be able to try to free your friends.
It was going to be my next question. What would it take for me to get them out?
It will require a month's work at least. If the sentence is not carried on before then, I might be able to quicken the timetable, but I will need to have an understanding of who's inside the keep, understanding of who's on watch. I have to put many bribes in some of the ears of the Frost Guard who are quite loyal at the present moment.
Fair enough.
The jail itself is, as far as I understand, is very simple. Just need to get some people inside, get them out. I've seen the talents of your magic, your party's magic. You might be able to get them some items to be able to use this magic. Could aid us in getting out quicker.
All right, well, that's honestly looking more confident than I was expecting. So thanks for the glimmer of hope, if nothing else. Now, I suppose the more important question here is, what would that cost me?
As far as coin, for the number that are imprisoned, It is a healthy sum. I will give you a discount. Old time's sake. Put it around 20,000.
Well, that should be swingable. With the caveat then that we'll also need to rescue their gear. Because within their gear lies most of our coin.
I can assure you right now that most of their items are not kept at Fort Frostbeard. They would never leave them there. They're most likely in Floor Keep. I will not be able to retrieve them there. It would not be possible.
Well, then it seems. Well, actually, real quick, let me just double check my reserves. Oh shit, actually. I might have to sell a couple items here, but you know, on second thought, some quick mental accounting there, Marvin. I can scrounge up most of that coin pretty quick, and just
If
as
you-
collateral here for the rest.
No need for collateral. If you're good for the coin, it's fine. I put the
Wait.
plan in motion.
Oh, fair enough. Let's not get too hasty with it yet. You know, if we have to let them chill in there for a couple weeks, that's doable. But
Time
if we
is
hear
of
a
the
sentence
essence.
come
If a
down,
sentence is put down, time is of the essence. If you wish to move, now is the time. If you wish me to hold on for a week, I can do so as well. I cannot guarantee.
in your professional summation, you think you put a percentage chance of failure that increases in the time of a week?
In my professional opinion, with the involvement of your party and the connection you have to the lady, I suppose the sentence will be carried in at least a fortnight. That does not give us much time at all. I will have to move the timetable up and hope it is for the best. Keep my pigeons aware of when the sentence might be carried out. I do not believe this will come to trial. We're right to sentencing. The lady will not allow a trial to happen. If we are to do something, now would be the time. If we wait, cannot make any guarantees I can move fast enough.
All right, that's fair. Let's do it.
As you wish. Take care of yourself,
need me-
Dirty Joe.
Will you need me involved? Or is it best if I hang back?
It's best if you hang back for now. I will give you a location outside of the city where they will be brought. You may rendezvous with them there. I will find you where you're staying.
Well, I'm staying out in the woods, staying hidden, so perhaps you got a sanding stone I could borrow to get in touch with you?
Capabilities of a sending spell could give you something such as this.
That'd be good. I'd like to keep it on the down low as much as possible, which means
Good
not
enough.
staying in town.
Items are traceable. Sending spells are not. Well, in some sense. We will send you a message when we have a location set and a time and place when we find it appropriate. Good luck to you, Dirty Joe.
Wait, out of character.
Yeah.
Just remembered, do sending spells directed to us actually
yeah,
work?
so good question there. That's why I went ahead and made that Chosen One's background, because it actually has that feature there where if you allow divination, it can work upon you. So if you're like allowing ascending to come from Marvin, ascending will come from Marvin. If you decide not
Okay.
to, it won't. That's why detect magic works again. If like one of your friends uses detect magic, I say you feel the magic from the items of your friends, because it's always assumed that you're allowing magic to be divination used against your friends there.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes. All set. Okay,
Yeah.
back in character. All right, Marvin. This sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay.
Here's your cash. You just let me know if you need anything else.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't think I have the exact amount. Might be like 1,000 short or something.
It's all good. They know you're good for it.
Okay.
We're going to end the session tonight with early in the morning of the 18th of Zarentir. What's going to happen here? Simple. Those in the cells, as you're resting, you hear a crash coming from the entrance and exit of the jail. Grab the cell, and you look down from the commotion, catching yourself, rubbing your eyes. Stare at a black-robed figure, standing just over 5 feet tall. They seem to be missing some fingers from the left and right hands. Guard on duty is on the floor. They begin to walk, each step echoing against the floor. Let a dagger smack against some of the metal bars as they walk down. They stop at your your cell here, Costa. They look to the other side and see the rest of your friend. Reveal themselves from the cloak. It's Tolly.
Certainly wasn't expecting to see you so soon.
Well, it's difficult to keep one that doesn't wish to be in prison. Difficult to keep me away from you. You know, you really should have killed me.
Yeah,
So
I
glad
figured.
that you didn't.
I really thought my mom would be like more living up to her title, you know?
Oh, well, they questioned me. I told the truth. I gave them what they wanted. And they've kept me alive, telling me that my sentence will be carried out. Put to death at the hands of the Guardian of the Canyon perish. Time's of the essence. We only have a handful of days left. For final tick of the clock.
And what would you suggest?
They lean close to the bars and they press their face against. They lean with their head tilted against it, looking at you above with those beautiful blackened eyes. I think if you can see eye to eye, and with some of the magic I'm sure your friends can figure out, I think we can save your father.
That would require my death, wouldn't it? At least from by now.
As I told you, I told them what they wanted. They asked their question, and I gave it. It's only a yes or no. Nothing too hard. I see you fidgeting over there. It's towards you, kid. You to bounce through, but not coming too close to yourself for you to grab them. They lean forward. Are you upset?
Why don't you come a little closer and find out?
Oh, I've seen what you'd like to do and get rough. I don't think that's going to happen. But thanks, though.
So what exactly are you offering?
I'm offering to save your dad. They were an unfortunate consequence.
So stab me, make me into a potion, and all's a dandy.
Not quite like that, no. But we're getting close.
Well, why don't you help me close the distance?
I first need to hear you say yes or no. I need to hear as they move over to your cell those beautiful, succulent lips of yours first together and tell me what I want to hear.
She has a weapon with her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to figure out if what I'm trying to do is too much. Just figure it out. Then Costas is gonna grab her dagger and stab himself in the chest.
Alright, that's first going to take you to try to disarm them.
An extremely dexterous character.
I need you to make
I know, it's good.
flat strength check.
Really, yeah. Okay. Part of me really just doesn't want to give this person, like, I want to save the dad, but I can't give it to them their way. Flat strength, okay.
Yep. 23 does not beat a 28.
Yikes.
Pull the dagger back. Oh! This is your final chance. Last offer. I have to go.
Fuck it. Costas is gonna just go there.
Oh my god.
You're going to say yes?
He is fully ready to like sacrifice himself for his dad. What can she do to him? That's
You say yes.
yeah.
Okay. They immediately walk over and they look in the direction of Lathala. You have such capabilities in necromantic magic, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Well, it's going to be necessary. See, as they begin to motion over for the handles, as they begin to unlock one, unlock the other, unlock another, unlock another. They unlock all the cells.
The cells are adjacent to each other. Like, do I see Costas from where I am?
Best way to understand this is that Costas is intentionally in one cell across the way from you all, and you three are in a.
Oh, so I have no line of sight of any other.
You have no
Of
line of
anybody.
sight of Istria or Kit. You only have line of sight of Costas.
Oh.
And she just unlocked which cells?
She's literally walking down and unlocking all of them.
All right. I know this is gonna lock us in initiative, but I'm going to do something when that happens. When Costa says yes, and I'm listening to everything.
I haven't said
What I'm going to do is, since I can't see Istral and Kit, I'm going to instead cast Scatter on me, Costas, and Tali. And what I'm going to do is,
And you cast spells right now?
I think I can. I just, if it's from my spells, it's from what I prepared. I just can't take a rest change.
You require a spell book, or you require, or require a arcane focus. So,
oh man, see,
something
Oh.
that you can cast a spell with. So, if you were
But I can still cast the spells I still have prepared.
yeah, you have to have like innate magic or some level of something you can use without having a focus. So
I have some
in your
innate magic.
repertoire, you have some spells that you could do without having a spell focus or a spell book. Those spells would be looks like Arcane Eye, Clairvoyance, Sick Magic, Divination, Legend.
What a question about
those innates would be able to do that spell.
But the bead is a feature, and I create that magically, and it counts off of spells I know. So would that count? Could I make a bead and do something?
It requires the use of casting a spell.
Okay.
So that's kind of the distinction.
I can't.
Still technically like casting something into it.
Yeah, I can't really. So it's only cantrips and innates, basically.
Otherwise, why wouldn't you have casted this like the past
Still,
10 days? Or...
it's and also still not. It's still not cantrips. It's just
not cantrips either.
Yeah, because that requires the focus. Yeah. So that it's just those innate spell casting things that you have. Yeah, you have to be like there's not like all spellcasters have to have a focus of some kind. As I had stated, if you're a druid could use like a twig even as a focus. So like you could probably as like a druid like find a piece of straw and be like natural power, right? But you both, unfortunately, are arcane users. You require something that has arcane magic imbued into it to use as a vessel.
Oh my god, yeah.
That is, yeah.
I'm strictly just divination. Okay, yeah. Can't really do much here. That's unfortunate.
Hectic? Yeah, we don't have anything.
That's unfortunate, yeah, because I'm like, I can cast Scatter with Verbal, but I can't even cast it.
So, no, by no means do you have to go along. You could just stay in your cell, right? I'm not saying that you have to run out with them, but apparently Costas is going to. So.
I'm surprised nobody started screaming for the guards yet.
I was going to cast Sending as well, but I can't even do that.
Sending. But you can scream, you can start yelling. I mean, that's where we're going to end it, though.
Yeah.
So we're going to end it with you all thinking about what you want to do here. Now that it seems that Tali was kept alive, and Tali has escaped.
Surprising,
seen that coming.
That is the consequence. Not the consequence. Yeah. Unfortunately, the consequence of not putting an end to a Knight's Kiss Assassin, which,
yep,
I'm telling you right now, is not.
I was kind of hoping.
Like, so,
oh man, the city saw them do this shit. They should have just cars at their door. Come on.
It's the Knight's Kiss, dude, and they're not any average assassins.
They're not like your average. They come from a fucking Isle of Shadow, trained for their entire lives. Yeah. Anyways, we don't know the whole picture. Like they could have been aided. Like Marvin literally had just said, like if one of them's captured, they can't just allow one of their own to give information out. So they either going to kill them or they're going to release them, is what Marvin said. So that was kind of almost like a foreshadowing, if you will, which is kind of fun. Like seeing the story how it foreshadowed. And then also probably you thought it was Marvin, right? Snuck down. But no, they were saying no. I love it.
Only because you popped this token up.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
No, it was like that night. He gave us a timetable of weeks.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was hoping you clue on. It's like kind of weeks, but it's like 3 days. What just happened? Yeah, exactly. So
I mean, maybe he was like coming to tell us that like we'd be getting rescued at some point and like pass on items.
So trying not to be, again, this is hopefully not infuriating. This is not I'll say should not be difficult for you all as players. Remember, just carrying the story with the actions of your characters and where they're going, and trying to get as quickly as possible to the release of your characters. So be it going with Tolly, be it Marvin now coming, be it a sentencing, right? We don't know exactly what's going to happen. I can't tell you that, but I should only do with what the characters are kind of acting and how they're going about it, and that sort of thing. Now, what is interesting is why did Tolly come back for you guys? That's interesting. Tolly literally could have just skipped the city, decided that they were going to come back and not only release you, but also save your father. We don't know the full tenets of the Knight's Kiss. We don't know how they act or operate in a full capacity. This could be something around the realm of them saying that, that the father is a consequence. They weren't actually a mark, right? They're kind of caught into the wind of it. Maybe Tolly had the plan to cure them or help them in the end, regardless of what happened if they were kept alive. Just don't know. and by no means, you all, like as I said, have to go along with what this fucking crazy bitch is doing. So just
It's also a really convenient way for her to get her contract done and dusted.
I mean, she had us in a prison with us unarmed and her outside. She could have killed us already. I'm just like, if she's not killing me now, might as well. Might as well.
But I mean, we can talk about it later. From my understanding, the cure is basically your soul.
Yeah, basically.
Which means that you die and she gets paid.
So
Yeah.
she is killing you.
Yeah, I'm basically just saying, if my character's going to die, he's going to die given his saving his dad. That's basically the decision he made in that cell.
And is she opening? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I can only hope that Marvin already has at least one spy down there who notices that there's a four-fingered assassin walking around.
Hopefully.
6. How many fingers did you cut off?
I think
2 each hand.
6.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
2 each hand. Was she? Is there like a central control that opens all gates, or was she just opening? Like, is it just for individual gates?
She's moving down and opening them, right?
Bet you mine doesn't get opened.
No, opening them all.
Oh fuck!
Well,
yeah. All right, I got my move now.
And that's what I'm saying. If you want to take, we can go to initiatives. We can, I'll put down the battle map and stuff, and we can kind of go to combat. That's totally fine. It's just more or less, right? Are you going to act faster than them? You don't have the gift of, you don't have that plus that D8. You know that they roll high initiatives, right?
You got no
and you
gear.
also don't have any items on. So that's kind of the thing here. So,
well, it's time to fight using our benches. Grab the bench out of your jail cell and smack them.
Improvised weapons, baby. Where's the tavern brawler? Where you need
I am a normie. I am a feeble man.
Where is the tavern brawler when you need him?
I mean, Kit has great.
Wait a minute.
Idea.
I just have a question. The stones return to us, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as
being
well.
willing.
Hopefully that's in our pocket. Hopefully, I don't know.
Yeah, we should have those now. Actually, yeah, because you could shapeshift into something that has like
Uh-huh.
better
Mhm.
melee combat
Ah.
ability than like um a human. So like, turn into a giant crab or some shit and like use your pincers.
That is absolutely correct. I did not prompt for that because I didn't think anybody was willing or wanting to escape like that. So I'm not gonna. I didn't stress that or emphasize that. I suppose. But yes, you do. Those who have the essence of dragons in the prison, that is going to be that is an item that is returned to you.
Yeah, like
So if you are going to
normally.
change shape and try to escape that way, you totally can. I was an interpretation that you all were willingly. That's why we did not resist upon being captured. So if you don't want if you don't want to retcon that you change shape into a little bee and flew away, that's totally fine.
I was willing. I was definitely willing to stay there and try to get through this cordially. Try to
Yeah.
make amends.
And again, that it's not like that's not going to happen, right? There is going to be a sentencing at some point, but is that going to happen before Marvin gets there or after? And are you going to follow Marvin then? If not, that kind of thing. So it's all
Like, I'll
happening
be
in real
honest,
time. It's how the story is unfolding. So just do what your characters would do.
I really do think we're gonna get a slap on the wrist. I don't see any reason to make it worse by trying to escape.
I don't know, man.
You're doing it right now.
Seriously.
I mean, okay, that's fair. My character is more just like you guys would get slap on the wrist. My guy has been told he's gonna be held here indefinitely until his father dies. So he's like,
Which that should only have been like a week max.
yeah, yeah.
So,
But like, he's gonna try to help.
but given everything else that we heard going on, it's a very real chance you guys could be there for a while.
All right, so for
Anyway.
session 79, we have 939 experience for Kit and then 647 for the rest of you. All right, well, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, it was not too. Hopefully it was enjoyable. I personally enjoyed it watching you all go back and forth. That was pretty crazy. I was just like, "What is happening? Where are we going? What is going on?" And now seeing the unfolding of the return of this assassin to completely be a turncoat. I don't know how you want to phrase it. Just crazy as fuck. And we'll see if the party what they do. I'm curious. We'll see what happens. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
avoided.
Saturdays, 4 p.m.
Bye.
BC. Bye.
Bye.